Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to TrendSpider Live. Today we are joined with MenthorQ, the CEO of MenthorQ, Fabio, and we're going to be watching the FOMC minutes release here in about 15 minutes and NVIDIA earnings. So we got a jam-packed day. Fabio, how are you doing today?
Very good, very good. Thank you. Good to be here, and thank you for having me, Michael.
Yeah.
So today is going to be very interesting day. A lot of people are waiting for it, so very excited to be here.
Yeah, no, lots and lots of action should be happening today. Yeah, and on your chart right there already, the SPY has had a decent range. And as you can see right there, the absolute peak of today's intraday chart was that call resistance level, as you can see there on Fabio's chart. And right now we are using the MenthorQ gamma levels indicator. If you guys haven't heard of it or used it yet, we'll have Fabio explain. He's going to do a way better job of explaining it than me. But basically, it takes option levels and just plots them right on your chart. So, Fabio, maybe if you want to just briefly explain how these levels work, real quick.
So basically, what we do is within the platform, we look at option data and we try to extract actionable insights that we can derive from the data. And gamma levels are basically magnets that we derive coming from the option Greeks and all the data that we get from our providers. And the idea behind it is that you are looking at areas in the chart that will have a reaction, not because they are support and resistance coming from historical price pattern, but they're actually levels that are forward looking, because market makers and option dealers will need to hedge at those levels, because that's where there's the majority of the gamma exposure and open interest. So basically, like, watching those levels is very, very important. So what you see today, for example, on SPY, we had a very strong run at the beginning of the day, and then we got halted here at the core resistance 0 DTE. So 0 DTEs is very important because it's option expiring at the end of today. So there's a lot of sensitivity around those options. And as we can see, basically the price kind of dropped all the way down. And then, of course, the market is now waiting for the FOMC minutes and, of course, NVIDIA later.
Yeah, absolutely. And real quick, Fabio, I did flip my chart on the screen just because there's a slight echo on your end. If you could check, remove sharing audio on your end, that would, I think, fix it. But yeah, I have the SPY chart up right here, and Fabio explained it perfectly. Reacted right against that call resistance 0 DTE level. And we came down, there's two different levels. There's the 0 DTE levels, which is, of course, tracks the 0 DTE option levels, and then just the regular put support level, which we actually tested here towards the bottom of SPY today. So we'll see. It'll be very interesting what happens as we get this FOMC minutes release here in about 12 minutes. This isn't the FOMC meeting, which a lot of people get confused. It's just going to be the minutes from the last FOMC meeting, essentially. But we will probably still get a decent reaction there. What do you think, Fabio?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen kind of like a very strong move this week. We turned kind of bearish on, many of the assets. Crypto market has gone bearish. The indices have kind of gone down and lost a lot of the performance that they've done. I think another thing that is important, at the end of the week, we're going to have the option expiration, and also Thanksgiving is coming. So I think it's very important to watch and think about how the fund managers are looking at the market. We are coming towards the end of the year. We have a very obviously important expiration. We have obviously the AI trend and the AI narrative, macro events. So it's going to be very key to watch what's going to happen today and basically see how the market reacts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, NVIDIA is pretty much like the AI king these days. So, and with earnings, it's really definitely going to help set the tone for the overall market. Of course, if we look at something like the SPY daily chart, kind of on a longer time frame here, let me hide the indicator for now. You can see we have definitely come down from, all-time highs a little bit, tested the support level down here around like the 650s. A couple times, and we're right back there again. So it's going to be very crucial to see if we go ahead and hold this longer term support level. And I think NVIDIA, and if maybe even these minutes, could be the catalyst to see whether or not we do. So definitely agree. Very, very important day. Let's pull up NVIDIA on the intraday chart as well and see what's going on maybe with the gamma levels as well. Let's throw these guys back on here. So Fabio, maybe we'll get your kind of take on this. What would you be watching levels wise or trade wise going into these NVIDIA earnings? Would you be, just waiting for the results and waiting to see what happens? Or are you the type that likes to take a trade before earnings?
And I think if I can share my screen again,
I'll throw you back up.
and we can go into kind of like the data here. So I think what's important is not only to just look at the level, but also to understand the magnitude of it.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys can see. No. Hold on. Sorry for that.
No worries. Throw myself back up there for now.
I'm having some issues. So the big levels that I am watching is definitely there's a big core resistance area at 200, which obviously it's where most of the market is kind of positioned. So let me know if you can see it here. So we have
I'll add you back.
This area right here where we have the highest. This is a lot of people refer it as cold wall. We call it the core resistance because it's a resistance area coming from the option market. So obviously that's where the market wants the stock to go. We are now at 185, so we are kind of far from that area, but that becomes kind of like a very, very important magnet, right? Then if we look at the kind of 0DT kind of weekly, so 0DT is in this case for stocks is the next weekly, we still have this 200 level, and we have kind of some sort of support at this 175, right? So obviously to the downside, the market is kind of like heavily positioned on the negative side to 175, and then on to the upside is of course the 200 level. Are we going to get there? Depends on the earnings, possibly. If the earnings are good, so obviously everybody's waiting for that. This week there's been like a lot of announcement of partnership between NVIDIA and Anthropic, so the AI narrative is kind of growing there. So they are diversifying the exposure to OpenAI, investing in other kind of companies in the space. So I think that's definitely gonna be interesting to watch what's going on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So that 200 level is definitely something to watch out for. It sounds like. I'm curious, maybe if you like on the chart for earnings, like is that, it looks like if I'm looking at my chart here properly, 200 is approximately what, 8 to 9% to the upside from now. Is that within the expected move for earnings?
Yeah. So right now, and I don't have the data looking at historical earnings. So the expected move for the day of NVIDIA today is around 3.30% by looking at our indicators. But what's also interesting to watch is how implied volatility and historical volatility are priced together. So I normally look at this a lot because that can tell you if options are cheap or expensive versus how they have been in the past. So this is what we call the volatility risk premium, which tells you basically the difference between implied volatility and historical volatility. But what does that tell you unless you look at the history? So are we today, is 52 high or low compared to what it has been in the past? And is 43 for historical good or high or low for what it has been in the past? So what this chart shows you that we are kind of like in a 70%. So the difference between implied volatility and historical is still quite high. So I think the market is pricing more risk than it has in the past, I guess.
Interesting. Okay. So maybe we'll get a nice earnings move then. And by the way, you guys, if you guys wanted to check out these indicators on TrendSpider and MenthorQ as well, we are running sales. If you use the link down below, we'll probably drop them in chat here in a second as well. You can, get a trial of the TrendSpider platform and put the gamma levels right on your chart for just $7 today. And then you can also get a discount on the MenthorQ gamma levels indicator, also using the link down below, which is available now on the TrendSpider store. there is a little coupon code that we give you guys from TrendSpider for signing up, through our store, so that you can get the best deal possible, for MenthorQ and their indicators and all the awesome stuff that they provide.
Yeah, and I think to add to that, Michael, the integration is amazing because you can very easily access thousands of stickers, and it's all integrated via APIs, which is awesome. So thank you for allowing us to build this. We're very excited.
No, absolutely. And one of the best things, we absolutely love having you guys build on our platform. Very, very insightful levels and all that. And one of the best things about TrendSpider is definitely our scanners, because you can scan for stocks actively trading around these levels as well in real time, which I think is probably one of the best parts of the integration. So yeah, definitely. Thank you guys so much for building these. And I know you just recently, pretty much just today, pushed an update for historical data as well. So maybe you can walk us through kind of how that works as well. Because basically in the past, if you guys haven't seen, we've done a couple webinars with MenthorQ already, but we've always had the gamma levels for today, but literally just today, now you can check the historical gamma levels for previous days, right, Fabio? So
yeah. So yeah, I mean, one of the requests that we always get from our users is, okay, I see the gamma levels today, they work really well, but how can I get comfortable? How can I use them? How can I backtest them, right? So obviously we have historical data on the dashboard, but again, to get the data, manually do the backtest is gonna be very time consuming. So what we've done is we've added the ability within the indicator to look for historical and daily. So if you are trading today and you just want to have today's level, then you can switch to daily. But if you wanted to see how the historical data perform, you can change to historical. You can customize which level you want to see. So I have, some of these levels are hidden. I don't want to have too many lines on my chart, so I can take away some of them. I can also shorten the label, because why do we want to do that? Because when we get to the historical part, you want to limit kind of like the space so that you can kind of like go back in time. So you can shorten the labels, and you can kind of see how the levels would have performed like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. You can go back up to 30 days. So you can kind of see how, for example, we're talking about core resistance. So we can, go back to SPY if you want, and we can see how the price kind of can react around those levels, right? So yesterday, again, we went all the way to the 1-day minimum. We bounced back. We can look at last week as well. You can look at how put support reacted, how the 1-day main reacted. So it's very, very nice because you can actually look at that back in time, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, amazing update. Amazing. And Fabio, I think there might still be, I muted the audio, but when you click share screen, I think you have to uncheck the share system audio.
Let me see, because
yeah,
it's mute on my side, but
okay. I don't think there's any complaints, so it should be fine then. I just heard it a little bit. Maybe it's just on my end, but yeah, very, very cool stuff. And yeah, being able to go back in time to see those historical levels can really help you determine, a pretty good strategy based around just, see how the market is reacting to these levels in recent times. What's the biggest benefit that you've seen so far from these historical levels? Is there anything in particular that you've learned more so?
So yes, of course. So I think there's a few strategies that we like to trade. One of them is the reversal. So we look at these big levels and we try to spot the exhaustion of the trend, like what we've seen today. So we went very far up. We had our core resistance and our 1-day max, and we kind of went all the way down. And now we're stalling around this put support. So we like to kind of trade the reversals. We also like to trade the breakouts. So on very, very strong days, you might see that the core resistance act as an inflection point. So we can capture that strong move just because we understand like how kind of like the option volume goes behind it. Another thing that we like to trade is the positive and negative gamma flip. So when the price kind of like changes from this HVL or HVL 0DT, then suddenly we see like a lot of volatility. So we like to trade it on the way down. So when the price comes like from above, below, we like to see that because it typically increases the volatility. So those are kind of two of the things that we like to do. When we do kind of option strategies, then we would use this level as our strikes for maybe selling credit spreads below or above. So if you are doing 0DTs, we can do that. So those are kind of like things that we like to look for.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we should be getting a little bit of movement here. I believe the FOMC minutes should be dropping right about now. So we'll see if we get any movement. As we come into this minutes drop, Fabio, is there anything in particular that you're looking at here on the chart? I know, we already rejected that call resistance, and we're kind of sitting, in between two put support levels. So, like, I guess in this time, would you be looking to make any trades, or would you be looking for the market to kind of trade, closer to one end of its range before getting in? Because talk about credit spreads, that's a pretty interesting concept, so would you be like selling like call spreads above the 1-day max and like put spreads below the 1-day min? Is that the kind of thing that you look for, or?
Yeah, so maybe I can share my dashboard again. So basically, first of all, if we go back on SPX and we look at that, so over the past kind of week, we went from a positive to a negative gamma environment, right? So what that means is that there's a lot of like negative gamma in the market. That means that volatility can be higher. So right now, looking at kind of credit spread strategies can be very rewarding, but can also be very risky. So the volatility is very high, but at the same time, we know that the price could move very fast. It doesn't mean that the price is just going to drop. It means that you could actually see very big swings like what we've seen today. We went all the way up and then we came all the way down. So that's what negative gamma brings. Also, like if I look at the kind of like the chain, so what you see here is kind of like the gamma exposure around the different expiration in the chain. There's a lot of like negative gamma piling up. So kind of like there's about, this is the expiration. So in the next 3 to 4 days, we're going to see probably around 50% of gamma expiring. So that means that after those days, those options will be worthless. So again, market makers might need to react to kind of like exit those edges that they had in place for those expiration. We have a big OPEX on Friday, so I'm watching that. So obviously taking trades around these things can be kind of like also dangerous. So there's opportunities, but there's also risk. So I look at that very closely. And then I would look at how things are changing. So for example, we are now kind of in a very bearish environment for SPX and SPY. Not only we're in negative gamma, our Q score is now at the lowest. So we're in a very, very bearish. We have a high volatility, and we also have a negative seasonality. So I look at kind of like how, for example, the Q score kind of changes. So here, for example, we went from very bullish a few days ago to now very bearish. And this was kind of like the strong move we saw this week. So I monitor a lot what the option market is doing, because first, we are coming to the end of the year. Thanksgiving is normally the last time where investors or large institutions take bets before the end of the year. Typically, on a normal year, we would see like a lot of low volatility during the months of December because nobody's really doing much. This year is going to be a little bit different. So watching that is also very important. And also the market had a strong rally. So investors don't want to lose their profit, right?
Yeah. Makes sense. And if I'm looking at SPY correctly here, it looks like we're getting a little bit of movement to the downside. Maybe again, we'll test the put support level that we did earlier today. Could be interesting, but again, not a crazy amount of volatility. Again, it is just the FOMC minutes, not the actual meeting. So it's really just stuff that has really already been said, put into the minutes. But it tends to sometimes move the market a decent amount. It looks like today, not a crazy amount of movement. As we come closer to market close, though, I'm thinking we'll get a pickup in volatility, probably mostly on the QQQ, I would assume, based on, you know, how NVIDIA is trading. And by the way, Joshua is asking if there is a sale on the MenthorQ. If you do use the link down below in the description, there is a coupon code, a TrendSpider coupon code that will give you a nice little deal on the MenthorQ indicators and all that stuff today. So yes, definitely check out the link below. Also, if you guys haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to the TrendSpider YouTube channel. Go follow MenthorQ on socials. Follow us on socials. We're always posting. I see your guys' you know, X posts. Fabio there from MenthorQ. Always really insightful stuff. So make sure you guys give us a follow, subscribe, hit the like button, all that good stuff. So we can come, you know, keep doing these lives for you guys. You know, we've had Fabio from on here. What is this? Probably your third time now. It's always great to have you guys on. So really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, and I can also, Mike, I can post. We actually have some early bird Black Friday too, so I'll post the link in the chat.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good. So yeah, use the links down below. You guys can take advantage of those sales. Yeah, it looks like NVIDIA, we're getting a little bit of movement to the downside. It looks like across the market today. If you want, Fabio, I can put my screen up real quick and I can show off the scanning capabilities of TrendSpider.
Absolutely. I think that's an amazing feature.
Yeah, no, it truly is. So basically, you guys, there are scans. If you use the links down below, there are actually scan templates built into the MenthorQ page. And if I pull up, for example, this put support one, hold on real quick. Let me put the API key in to the scanner. Well, basically what you can do is you can scan for, you know, stocks trading right at these levels in real time. So I'll just press scan, and just like that, this is the put support scan. So it's basically going to find any stock trading within 0.5% of the put support level. So first thing that appears right here is Netflix after I press scan. And as you can see right here, it is a little bit right below that put support level. Let's see if we can find anything else. Airbnb is interesting. Its put support and put support 0 DTE levels are lining up perfectly right there. And we are trading at it. And it's super, super easy, guys. If you're using these MenthorQ levels to trade, I think these scans are absolutely something you guys want to check out because it's, I mean, if you have a specific strategy, like you're selling, like Fabio said, like credit spreads, and you're just looking for stuff, you know, trading around any specific level, it doesn't have to be put support. It can even be call resistance here, which I'll show you guys as well. That one should be good. Then it's literally just going to pull it up pretty much instantly for you guys, and you're not going to have to sit there and look through a whole watch list of stocks to, you know, go ahead and find what is trading at these levels. And you can customize them however you want. Like for example, this ABV here is trading a little bit above this call resistance level. You could even modify your scans to make it so that the stock is still trading also under the call resistance if you wanted, but looking for stuff trading within 0.5%, I think is pretty useful, just in case. So you just don't, so you don't miss anything. But you guys can customize it by, you know, just adding conditions right here. And you can even put in fundamentals. You can put relative performance, analyst estimates. You can search for specific news. I mean, so much different things that you guys can do. And you can run the scan in a custom watch list if you look for specific stocks, like within your portfolio, even candlestick patterns, all this different stuff. So like if I go like indicator here, and then I believe the 30-minute, right, is best for these MenthorQ gamma levels. And I type call resistance. I'll do call resistance. You can do both 0 DTE and call resistance. And then if you wanted to see when price is trading, you know, like less than, I guess, call resistance, you can obviously use the less than, or, you know, less price. I'll use the 5-minute close price, and then you'll be able to rescan for that. I did the wrong one, but just showing you guys how it works. It's pretty easy to go ahead and add conditions and scan for whatever you want. You can combine the MenthorQ levels with other indicators as well. If I go ahead and add a condition, You know, we're looking at call resistance. So if you also wanted the, I don't know, 15-minute RSI, relative strength index, to be, you know, greater than, say, a constant value of 80, you can also throw that. If you have a custom indicator, even, you can add that as well. Really, the possibilities are really endless. Yeah, Fabio, is there any specific scanner that you like to use every day, or something that lines up with the way you guys trade?
No, I mean, I think your platform is awesome because it can allow you to build an edge. So if you already have a successful strategy, you can then overlay kind of these levels and then find a better kind of, or even like limit the number of trades that you do. So basically it can help you become more successful. And the good thing is that you could monitor like hundreds of companies without having to open up the screen with those scanners. So that's very, very useful. You can filter it out to your watch list. So if you're only trading the NASDAQ companies or the S&P 500, you can do that. And then you can kind of add the level together with, as you said, volume data, technical indicators, fundamentals, you name it. So I think the platform is very powerful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, we appreciate that. I think the scanner is definitely one of the coolest things, especially with, you know, we have access to like everybody, like, you know, like MenthorQ, you guys are putting indicators on our store, and we have the store is open to the public now. So if anyone out there has like custom indicators, you guys, anybody can post, you know, their own custom indicators to our store. And I think it's going to make everything better because the ability is to combine, you know, like awesome things like these gamma levels with anybody else's custom code. Really just gives endless opportunities. So yeah, very, very cool stuff. Yeah, so that was we have those scans built right into the store page as well. If you guys wanted to see these templates, you wouldn't have to, you can go see exactly how they're built. But yeah, I think definitely using the gamma levels, you know, parameter is probably one of the best ways to build the scans. You know, there are the conversions levels indicators as well. But I think in general, the gamma levels with put support, call resistance, 1-day min, 1-day max, those parameters in the scans would probably be the best things to use. And then another cool feature that's a little bit more nuanced that we have on TrendSpider is this current candle box. Basically what it means is that when you click scan here, it's actually scanning the exact candle that's printing right now. It doesn't require a candle close. So definitely be sure if you're building scans to check that, or else it's going to be scanning for previous candles, which is fine. But it's a pretty powerful feature to use. So definitely recommend doing that as well. And I think, Fabio, you guys have the MenthorQ watch list as well. We just have these scans right now on the S&P 500, but there is actually an entire list of assets covered by MenthorQ. And you can import that watch list. I believe you have the link for it if you guys wanted it as well.
Yeah.
So
I think we have about 1,200 assets that are available.
nice.
There.
Yeah. So significantly more than S&P 500. So definitely probably would use you know, a list like that over the S&P 500. And yeah, go ahead.
If I can add, Michael, also it's important that those levels are available on futures and crypto. So it's not just stocks. So somebody was asking about S&P 500. So of course, we have gamma levels on SPX, but we also have gamma levels on ES and Q, crude oil, gold. We even have soybeans. So for those who are trading these kind of futures. And then, of course, crypto.
Yeah, so no matter what you're trading, that was actually you guys' latest update. It was the crypto levels. So whether you trade crypto, futures, whatever it is, definitely. And those are all included in the new MenthorQ watch list, which is very nice as well. So you can scan the entire market, including, you know, anything that doesn't include stocks as well, in just one click here on the platform. So very, very cool stuff. Yeah, awesome indicator. It's probably one of the better, if not the best, options-based indicator we have on the platform. And TrendSpider, we are working on bringing even more options data natively to the platform as well. So hopefully, maybe that'll enable some even cooler stuff here in the near future for everybody to use in conjunction with this stuff. But again, you guys, the link is down below. in the chat and in the description if you guys wanted to check out these MenthorQ levels. Again, they are, we got Black Friday right now, so it is absolutely the best time to grab a trial of TrendSpider for just $7 and take advantage of the MenthorQ sale as well. So yeah, always good to get a good deal on your trading tools for the year. That's definitely when I grab my the stuff I need for the year. So yeah, great time to take advantage. But let's see what's going on in the markets. Is there any specific stocks you've been watching today, Fabio? I mean, SPY and QQQ have reacted perfectly well there. And so far, we've honestly been consolidating ever since, like 15 minutes ago when those FOMC minutes dropped here on the 5-minute. It seems like the market is probably just waiting to see what happens with NVIDIA earnings. I mean, that's going to be probably what most people are waiting for. But what are you thinking, Fabio?
Yeah, so I basically, and I don't know if you want to share my screen.
Sure, yeah.
We also have some sort of kind of tools with our data. And I like to see, for example, if we come here on our kind of screeners, our screeners are purely based on our data, in particular the option levels. So I like to see the assets that are actually seeing the biggest increase in option score, because that can give me an idea, okay, like some asset that was maybe bearish 2 days ago, maybe it's becoming bullish. So like Netflix is popping up here. The option score went up 5 points, so we went from very bearish to very bullish. We have Meta coming back. We have, Carnival, all of that. So I kind of can use this to kind of get some ideas on things that I like to watch. So those are kind of like some of the things that I do. And then I kind of look at the volatility side. So here, for example, the risk premium in this case of Meta is kind of low compared to what it was in the past. So again, those could give me some ideas of things that I could potentially be doing, whether I want to sell options or buy option, etc.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. So you pretty much only trade options, Fabio. Do you trade any equity based on options data? Or are you really just looking to whether either sell options or buy options for the most part?
So I basically would use I'm more like of a swing trader and position trader, because obviously I run the company and it keeps me very busy. I'm not in the market all the time. So I like to buy assets, so buy stocks. I use basically the option data to basically define which stock I want to buy. So for example, I started buying some protection on the market when I saw kind of like the change in the scores when we went like last week from kind of bullish to bearish. And then I also look at potential opportunities. So I use kind of like these scores to help me understand when to get in. A good example was on Tesla. Like if you remember 6 months ago, Tesla was kind of like 220. The Q score kind of skyrocketed and we cannot go back as far, but this was 6 months ago. So I use this to kind of get into stocks that I like. And then of course I use them also to monitor kind of like earnings trades or potential volatility shifts, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point that you bring up. Like, even if you aren't like a super active trader or like more of a swing or position trader, these levels can still be, very useful to you as well. So I am also like mostly a swing/position trader, not as much of an intraday trader per se. So that's really awesome to hear. I think a lot of people assume that this data is best for just intraday trading, but it can be useful for really anybody, whether you're holding stocks, whether you're trading options, trading futures, or even crypto now. It could all be useful. So
yeah, and for example, like let's say that you are an active investor, but maybe more like a longer term, and you have a 401k that you're managing and you want to monitor. Like I look at these shifts to say, okay, like I don't want to lose profit that I did, because the year was great. Overall the performance on the year is really positive. But why would you want to like risk to lose profit? And then when you see things like the market moving from a very bullish to a very bearish in a matter of a few days, and you start hearing kind of some news, and you see like maybe a negative day, then maybe you start wondering what's going on in the market and how are the participants kind of like positioning themselves, right? because you want to follow where the big money are going and how they're thinking about the market. So I kind of look at this data. So whether, if I'm holding stocks, I want to see, like, for example, if I'm holding NVIDIA, I want to see that this kind of like option activity stays kind of bullish, because if something happens, then that means that maybe we have exhausted the trend, and maybe I can kind of like either take profits or protect myself for a downside. And then I can use kind of these metrics to look at that. The importance about it is that the option market is forward-looking, so it's thinking about where the price can be in the future, right? Which is different from technicals, which is looking at the past, right?
Right.
So looking at the option data is very important, I think.
No, that totally makes sense. Because when you're dealing with options, you're dealing with contracts that expire in the future. So a lot of data, and that's what's awesome about MenthorQ is you guys kind of take that data and make it, because it's really confusing. Like for the average retail trader, like most retail traders would not be able to actively sit there and look at options chain and pick apart that data very easily. But this dashboard here is very nice, and you guys convert it to a nice indicator that plots right on the chart, make it a lot more accessible to retail traders. So that's very cool. Very cool stuff. Curious. I know so you can pretty much access these gamma levels for crypto, individual stocks and all that. Is there any sort of like how do you guys select your stocks? Is it just based on like liquidity? Because obviously not all stocks have options. Because I just bring this up because someone asked about CRCL in the chat. I'm not even sure that's like one of the newer IPOs if they even have options. But when it comes to stuff that doesn't have options, I'm curious. Oh, maybe they do.
Yeah, they do. So what we do look for is we look at the asset with the most option kind of like activity, because the gamma levels are leveraging option data. So new IPO companies typically don't get options immediately, so it takes maybe a few weeks or a few months for the brokers or for the market to start pricing options. So CRCL was a recently IPO company. We do have option on that. We do have option on, so we do also get requests from users. Sometimes there's like a really hot company that comes into the market and we don't cover it because it's maybe smaller, but there's a lot of retail focus there. So we would add those stickers, but mostly we focus on kind of like the most liquid names and the most activities, right? Because we want to give you guys accurate data. A lot of people ask for small cap, but small cap is not really great because there's not a lot of option volume. So you can't really get a good sense of where the reaction might be just for that.
No, that pretty much answered my question. I was probably going to ask about like small caps next. So that makes sense. So you guys are like probably tracking like mid caps and higher, like maybe like minimum like at least like a couple billion in market cap.
Yeah, it depends. There's also a lot of stocks that have like lower market cap that they do have a lot of option volume. So that makes sense. So it really depends. We don't really have a set rule, but yeah, large cap, mid cap.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And I'm looking at the circle chart right here. I'll throw my chart over just a quick second. I don't know if there's anything that the options data could have predicted here, but man, what a terrible decline it looks like. It looks like Circle. I thought they honestly reported pretty decent earnings. Let's take a look at the reports tab right over here. Let me add it to the big one on the left here. Obviously, very new company, but it looks like their revenue and EPS seem to have beat. But this stock, I mean, it's going right back down to IPO price right now. I don't know if you're following the stock. I haven't really been following the stock. I just thought I pulled up the chart and I thought it was pretty interesting how this IPO skyrocketed up and came right back down. Pretty heavy volume here after earnings. So I was curious if maybe there's anything that the options market was telling us in there.
Yeah, so basically Circle is the competitor of Tether, I believe. So a stablecoin kind of company. So very interesting. Went skyrocketing during IPO, but then kind of went down recently from 290 all the way now. I think it's at 70 something. What you could have used for is, for example, kind of like the option score around a few weeks ago. So here we went bullish to bearish, and kind of this drop here, this big drop here, kind of like can signal kind of like a trend. We also saw like a big increase here, so this would have been a nice move on the way up, but then we kind of moved down. So like right now we are kind of very bearish, and you know, you see like how the price went, you know, lost 50% in the last kind of few days. So it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of like we are kind of in a downtrend. So if you see it here, you know, we are very, very bearish both on the momentum and option side. So yeah, definitely the options can give you like some ideas of where the market is thinking about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just thinking of other big movers in recent times. Quantum names have been interesting, like IONQ. And then the top movers today, it looks like we're getting pretty significant declines here. I have the MenthorQ watch list sorted by, you know, lowest to highest. I see Plug is down 14, 15%. We got Open down 12%. What else got? MicroStrategy is very interesting as well. I don't know if you've been looking at MicroStrategy, but it's been interesting how they kind of decoupled with Bitcoin pricing lately. Of course, now Bitcoin is also coming down as well. But
yeah, and I think we can look also at the crypto side because it's very interesting. So first of all, if you come here to the dashboard, you can click on the crypto section. So first you have the market summary, and we have kind of like 3 indicators. One is the direction, one is the risk sentiment, and one is the RSI, right? So first, RSI is like our own version of the RSI. So I think what we can see is, first you see how the score on crypto is also very, very bearish. We have our risk on, risk off indicator. We are kind of going towards a bearish cycle. We're still kind of like at the zero. So the risk on, risk off is looking at more of the macro level. So it's looking at, is this a good time or bad time to be in the crypto market? So we're kind of moving into the bearish cycle. But what's interesting is that the direction actually could have given us some interesting signals at the beginning of kind of like the downtrend. So I look at these big moves. So we spot like we were very bullish like a few weeks ago when we were at all-time high, and then we went very bearish very fast. And this kind of like was the start of this kind of trend. So you can use this data to potentially understand how to position yourself. So now we are kind of still in the bearish side. We want to see if we can potentially pull back. And yeah, looking at what MicroStrategy is doing and what's going on in the crypto world is definitely going to be a good opportunity, I think.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I'm curious with crypto being so bearish. I guess when do you think, or if you think, would be a good time to, you know, if you're not in crypto already, or maybe if you took profit already, what would you be looking for a level to potentially start getting back in? Would you start just waiting for that to turn away from bearish and flip bullish, or would you be trying to buy into the bearish activity? Curious on your thoughts there.
So I think, you know, for me, crypto is, I'm not like day trading crypto. For me, it's like a long-term asset that is becoming part of an asset allocation. So similar to the way you treat your kind of like 401k and portfolio, whenever you see a drop, that becomes, a lot of people get scared about drops, but that actually becomes an opportunity if you believe in the asset to kind of get in at lower price, right? So now crypto has gone skyrocketing over the past few months, so we're still in a very, very high price range. But again, if you believe that, you know, crypto can grow, then these are opportunities that you can capture. I would look at before like putting on a trade, maybe look at the macro environment. So if we are getting bearish on the stock market, crypto will suffer because it's really correlated to the market. So before getting in, you want to see, you know, first you want to assess, okay, what's going on with NVIDIA, what's going on with the with the rates next year, what's going on with the macro stuff, and then basically think about, okay, those assets could outperform or underperform if we are in a good macro environment. And crypto is obviously the first asset that people would sell if we get into a bearish kind of scenario. So it's always like good to point out that it's a risky asset still.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Treating it more of like a long-term position rather than trading it. Of course, there is crypto options now, but I'm sure the liquidity on those are not nearly as good as something, stuff on the stock market. So that kind of makes sense. It does make sense. Is Bitcoin like the main crypto you watch, or are you watching other cryptos at all? Like, the big ones, Ethereum, XRP, Solana. I know Bitcoin is definitely the most liquid, but I'm just curious if you have any specific one that you use more than others to gauge, like market sentiment.
Yeah, like for me, I watch Bitcoin, but I'm mostly invested in Ethereum. So like my biggest crypto position would be in Ethereum, but Bitcoin would be my barometer to understand, okay, like the overall sentiment of the crypto market. Yeah. So, and then of course, you have the ETF now, so you can kind of like use them in your 401k portfolios or asset allocation portfolios, so you can follow that. I like those because there's a lot of option volume. So if we look at IBIT, for example, there's a lot of activity there. So the gamma levels there are pretty nice because you get a lot of like they grew a lot on asset allocation, and you do get a lot of like gamma exposure there as well.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Do you trade spot crypto, or hold? I mean, spot crypto, or do you like the ETFs more, like to actually hold for your investment?
So I have definitely a crypto account. I do the spot one, but I also use the ETFs for more like an asset allocation because they are part of like an account that I have where it's more like a longer term investment. So I use those. It's just easier, I guess.
Yep. No, makes sense. Makes sense. Let's see what else is going on in the market today. Yeah, definitely crypto has led the charge. Bitcoin looks like it's down right under 90,000 a coin, which is, pretty bearish day overall across the board. MicroStrategy down 11% today. MicroStrategy is very, very interesting on the chart at the moment. It is here. Let me show just the chart real quick. If you look at MicroStrategy, it is coming down to this previous kind of breakout level. So pretty much all the gains that this stock has made since it broke out back in like a little over a year ago at this point has pretty much evaporated. And if you go and look at the Bitcoin chart, not exactly the same. So, everyone thought, or some people thought for a while, like, MicroStrategy, if Bitcoin went crazy, MicroStrategy would go even crazier. But it looks like that leverage bet isn't really paying off for now. So yeah, interesting there. And then other big movers on the MenthorQ watch list today. Again, I was talking about Plug. That's the biggest decliner today, minus 15%. Let's see what's green today. I think looking at stuff that's green on these days is interesting. Like MP, this is actually a very interesting one. This one, the government took a stake in not too long ago. The Pentagon actually had that still on the chart right there. So that's something that's looking up today. We got Upwork in the green, which is another interesting one. But I'm curious, actually, Fabio, sometimes I like to look at, different sectors and see where the money is rotating. Like, for example, if I put on my sector ETFs list today, we can see what sectors are up and down. It's like semiconductors are actually green on the day, trading down there on support, which is interesting with NVIDIA earnings. And then we got energy down. But I've been noticing a lot of movement into XLV, which is the healthcare sector. So I'm curious if like sector rotation is something that you watch at all, or maybe it's something that you can track with options flow, or if you have any opinions on that at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, sector is always very important because especially if you look at the market in a macro scenario, like what are the sectors that are more defensive? What are the sectors that are more kind of like risky? So it does make sense that healthcare has gone up recently because investors are seeking kind of more kind of defensive stock. One of the things that I can show you here is basically this is our kind of volatility cross-asset monitor. So what this helps us spot is outliers and understand how volatility is playing out and things that could be interesting, whether we want to buy option or sell options, right? So for example, what we see here is that this is looking at the VRP across different assets, including sector. So SPX and QQQ are really at the highest they have been over the past 1 year. So their VRP is actually very, very high. That means that you're actually getting more premium for the option that you sell potentially, or you're paying more premium for the option that you buy. And then here you can spot that GLD actually a few weeks ago was at the top. So GLD actually has gone really, really down, right? So we were on live like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and GLD was really at the 100%. So it's interesting to see how kind of the volatility dropped, and then you can kind of see here as well XLU, all of the other kind of sector XLE there. So this kind of monitor can help you spot potential buying strategy, selling strategy, and then understanding where the risk can be. So spot outliers, for example.
No, that's interesting, that the fact that GLD, and it looks like SLV. So you're saying a week or two ago, a couple of weeks ago, they were like pretty high up there, and then the VRP, the volatility risk premium, dropped. What exactly does that indicate? It indicates that the expected move going forward in gold is lower. Is that exactly what it means, or?
So no, that means that basically like the VRP is the difference between implied volatility and historical volatility, right? So at one point, the implied volatility of gold was really high, more than what it historically has been. So I think what we've seen in the past few weeks is this kind of like realignment of implied volatility and historical volatility. These are kind of like rubber bands, so they tend to go up and then come back to the mean. So I think like a few weeks ago when gold went over, I think it was 4,000 level, basically like the option market was going crazy and was really pricing a very strong move. So they were paying a lot of premium for that move, right? So the implied volatility. So in that case, for example, if you did sell kind of premium there, you would have benefited from this kind of volatility crash right there.
Yeah. And the first thing you would probably think with it going up so much is it's probably call buying that was causing that, right? Or maybe a little bit of both, put buying for hedging as well, or?
Normally, like, yeah, you would, I mean, we can go and see at other tool. We would need to look at the volatility surface model, the kind of SMILE, to see that. Normally, on the put side, the volatility is higher on kind of the tail end of the put side. But at that time, I think there was a lot of activity. So yes, probably the call side was pushing up the premiums. So yeah, like, I mean, those are the things that, you want to monitor. XLU kind of was all the way down here, so it was a very good opportunity to potentially buy premium at that time. It was around like 15-20%, I think.
Yeah.
So now we are at 37. So
yeah, interesting chart. So I'm seeing SPX, QQQ pretty high on that list, like one of the highest assets, and then IWM is a little bit lower, which is kind of interesting. So basically, you would be looking more so to not buy premium, but sell premium there on pretty much on equities right now. Is that what that's saying?
This is looking at the difference, right? So this means that it's not really that you shouldn't buy or sell premium. It really means like how much are you paying for it, right? So if you think there's going to be an explosive move of the market, then yeah, of course, like buying option would give you better leverage. But you need to account that, so what this is telling you, if the price doesn't move, you're paying a higher premium. So that means that potentially the premium would decay because you're paying more than what you would have paid maybe a year ago or 6 months ago.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. TLT is pretty high as well. Curious if you have any thoughts on the bond market. I know we getting some rate cuts lately, which obviously it will affect TLT and bonds. And it's kind of up in the air, I guess, whether we're going to get a rate cut here in about a month or so into year end. So I wonder if you have any opinion on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody is really monitoring what's going on there. What the Fed is doing. I think there's going to be, I don't know if the rate cut is going to happen this year, but I think they will need to consider rate cuts next year. So the bond market is definitely like things that we should always monitor. Like I know it's some people think it's a boring market because it doesn't move much, but I think the bond market is still the most important market in the world, and is the one that dictates kind of like the macro environment. So
yeah.
So yeah, I think like, you know, understanding what the market is doing, understanding how the yield curve, what Powell is going to do, because again, you know, we have this thing going on with Powell and Trump, so that's going to definitely something that will have an impact. And basically, like, we're still underpricing kind of like a big cut for next year, so the market is still not pricing a potential cut. So understanding how that could affect could be key. Yeah, for sure.
No, absolutely. And yeah, if you guys are out there in the chat, you guys have any questions here about, you know, GAM levels or the markets or anything in general, feel free to leave them down in the chat. Right now, we're just kind of chilling, watching the markets. The FOMC minutes were released already. Got a little bit of movement, nothing insane. I think it's pretty clear that everybody is just, you know, I'm waiting even to see what happens with these this NVIDIA report. So you guys have any other questions in the meantime? You got a little bit, a little while until NVIDIA actually does go ahead and report, about an hour or so, hour 20. So in the meantime, we're happy to answer any questions. Yeah, we're just hanging out, watching the markets. Let's see. Is there anything else crazy going on today? I know PANW is also reporting earnings. Pull up a chart of them real quick, see if anything going on there. PANW, that was a Pelosi play way back in the day, I believe. Someone is asking about Meta. I'll pull that up on my chart. Meta is an interesting one, actually. That's a pretty good one to talk about. I know you brought it up a little bit earlier too, Fabio. Curious if you have any thoughts on Meta. Or I know like their last earnings in general was good, but they had that weird kind of EPS mishap where they had this one-time, you know, CapEx spend that kind of shocked the market. I wonder if maybe the options market is telling us something about that massive move to the downside on Meta, whether it's, you know, good level to start buying, or maybe we have some more downside risks there. Any idea, Fabio?
So basically, like, I mean, Meta is definitely a very interesting stock. I think the capex and what happened with earnings is due to the fact that they are heavily investing in kind of the AI run. So they want to be part of it. They don't want to lose with the competitors. You know, you've seen on the opposite end, Google, that was, everybody thought Google was going to suffer, you know, ChatGPT, but Google is actually one of the highest performer of the year in that space, which is crazy to see. Right. But Meta is kind of like, don't want to be left behind. So they're like spending a lot of resources. I think what they're going to develop, we're going to see it in a few years, but I think it's interesting to see, for example, from the option standpoint, how things are changing. So we are kind of like seeing a lot of like positive positioning towards like further down expiration. So I think there's still kind of like some risk in the near term. But I think the market overall is kind of looking at kind of like a bullish kind of move. So we can see it right here. For example, the swing model, you know, the option market is moving to 3. It was very bearish, I think, a few days ago. So we were here. So we are kind of trying to see if we can push back to where we were. And I think, yeah, there could be good opportunities there.
For sure.
The levels to watch over the next 5 days is like this 567, and then this 537 over the next kind of 20 days.
Interesting. Okay. So 537 that brings us kind of to the lower end of the range, almost nearing the April lows, but a little bit above. So yeah, that's interesting. 537 is, looking at the chart here, just about, you know, another 8% drop. And we are already down how much from that move? It's about, you know, pretty close to like 23%. So pretty significant drop there. Yeah, solid company, like overall their earnings, like you said, they're just spending on AI. They want to be the leader. But as you said, Google is actually surprisingly doing really well, even with ChatGPT, and all these other things going on with AI. So yeah,
if you want, Michael, I can actually show, we can go into kind of the AI side. So I don't know if we mentioned, but we can actually do a very, very cool use case there.
Yeah.
So for those who have followed us, we released Quinn, which is really our AI tool. The goal of Quinn, and let me see if I can log in here. It's basically kind of similar to what you would do with ChatGPT, is like simplify complex information, but the difference between what Quinn does and what you can get outside of the world is really our data and our models. So Quinn has access to our data, so I can actually go here and can you give me an analysis on Meta, right? And so basically, Quinn is going to look at our research, our papers, our data, and then it's going to present you with kind of like an analysis on what's going on to the stock and the asset. So let's see.
Yeah, very cool. We have a Sidekick, which is incredibly similar. I'm curious to see what this spits out right here. Very cool. Very cool.
Right. So here we are getting, here you see like what's doing. It's analyzing the data. We have our Q score, right? Our momentum, seasonality, option score. We have an explanation. So here it's going to tell you basically what the score means. If there's any conflict, this is basically a summary of the scores. We have the news here. And then we have any kind of like level violation based on news. We have our swing level. So we've seen this kind of like 567 level right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically this can give you an idea of what the level means. And then I can ask things like, I can ask you our gamma exposure. And again, for those who are new to Jack's information, you can also ask questions to you can also ask questions to understand what that means for you, right?
Yeah. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I think that's a really big thing in the financial world today is integrating these LLM AI models, integrating it with your own data and having it be able to explain it in an easy way and analyze it all. It's a very, very cool use case. It's something that we've done on TrendSpider as well with all of our data too. So it's really, really cool to see the MenthorQ version of this, definitely.
Yeah.
And curious if is this like the default output for pretty much every stock, like or is it like pretty dependent based on what you type in? Because I see you're just saying like, can you give me an analysis of this? But is there any other like interesting prompts that you guys use?
Yeah. So for example, you can also do like analysis here. So can you give me the stocks with the so I could do like things like that. So I can start from prompts like this, and then basically what this going to do is basically it's going to give me, we saw Netflix before, we have Google, and basically you can then start from there, drill down, run analysis. But I can also ask for historical data. So what were the gamma levels like 10 days ago? What was the Q score over the past 30 days? So give me an analysis of that. So all those kind of things. But also like what's very important is actually it helps you learn. So right, if I'm like an option trader, can you or actually
What LLM is this using? Is it Claude?
we use ChatGPT, yeah.
Oh, ChatGPT, nice.
Yeah, so basically, like, this is going to give you links to videos, tutorials.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, awesome stuff. Makes understanding these gamma levels definitely probably a lot easier, you know, instead of having to kind of look at all the stuff yourself, prompt an AI, get like, you know, a quick output based on your guys' data. If I could, I'll show you our version of that as well now. Let's see. So our version is similar, except we have unusual options activity, but not like the full options chain data yet. We will actually have that in the near future, I believe. But, you know, since we're going live for earnings today, I figured I'll use this recent AMD earnings prompt, or just recent earnings analysis prompt. We actually have like a kind of interesting, we have a few different personalities. Like we can have it think like a long-term investor or like a skeptic. Like Karen kind of yells at you, which is kind of funny. Like Simon, he all about data, and then you can choose like which model you want. And then, yeah, let's just send this in. I'll read the prompt as it goes, but I'm just saying, analyze the most recent earnings for AMD. Deliver in this order. You know, it's a pretty complex prompt. You know, prompting is pretty important with AI and all that, of course. And so basically, it's just going to pull the last earnings report data. It's going to compare it to its competitors. Of course, it's going to include NVIDIA in there. That's why I picked AMD, because they already reported earnings, and we'll see them compared to NVIDIA. Mostly their fundamentals. That's what this prompt does, is for the most part. You know, it's going to compare, you'll see in a sec, like price to earnings, like a lot of fundamental data, their guidance, and just give us a kind of overview of, you know, how AMD looked in its last earnings report, and then compare it to its competitors. And it's going to pull all the competitors automatically in the data. So you can see a last report November 4th. EPS came in. They beat on both EPS and revenue. Guidance was strong. Gives you all the exact data there. Shows it in the table here. And then let's see. Oh, it's interesting. I didn't view the revenue, right? But basically, it's saying, I'll try to do that again, because, you know, these LLMs sometimes can be a little funky, which it was right there. But we can also add like custom system prompts. So if you wanted to say, like, you know, only output, you know, like 100-word responses, you can do something like that. You know, customize a system prompt. But yeah, pretty cool. I think it's going to be really cool features for like every financial platform in the future, to have stuff like this. Just be able to take data and analyze it, you know, for you, essentially. Like, and you can actually have it build scans for you now too, or like just use human language prompting. So you can just come over here to our market scanner and just say, like, find stocks hitting. It's probably not going to be much. Let's see. Find stocks. I'll just do something really easy with a recent 821 EMA crossover. I say bullish. And then find symbols now. And instead of having to actually go there and code a scanner, or, you know, build it with custom scripts, it'll just kind of do it for you. Obviously, we're in a pretty bearish market, so I guess maybe I'll try cross down, bearish cross. Here, let me just fix this with AI. Find stocks having a bearish 821 EMA crossover. But yeah, main thing here is you can just type stuff, and with the power of AI, it makes everything super easy. Actually, pretty funny. AMD just recently had one, apparently. IBM, Amazon. So quite a few things on this having crossovers to the downside here. But yeah. And as you can see, this is the output of this AMD analysis. Kind of same things that it did. It says guidance was strong, EPS was good, double beats across the board, without having to actually go to, you know, their investor relations page, look up their filings and stuff like that. It's really good at giving like bull and bear cases as well. It says growth, margins, and catalysts. Of course, AI momentum, margin expansion ahead, massive TAM expansion. It looks like it pulls the news. So it says CEO Lisa Su projects data center market growing to 1 trillion by 2030. That's an interesting news story there for sure. And then the bear case, NVIDIA remains dominant. So that's something that we're going to see here with NVIDIA earnings pretty soon. Execution uncertainty, which is interesting. AMD gave OpenAI 10% equity stake to win the deal, which is also interesting. And of course, China headwinds is always a big thing with AI chips these days. So yeah, that is, I guess, our version of the LMs. So very cool, very cool. Love that feature. And if I actually put on EMAs here, we can see these do actually should have these EMA cross downs. Yeah, it's the 821 EMA cross to the downside. Simple stuff here, but just the fact that you can type it in and have it do that is pretty cool. That's kind of interesting that AMD is having that cross down right here. Let's check out how NVIDIA looks. In the meantime, they actually did have an EMA cross down already. Let's check the 5-minute on the gamma levels while we're here. Close that. Looks like NVIDIA is getting a little bit of movement to the upside going into close. It's about to be power hour here in 5 minutes. Actually curious, Fabio, if you have any, I guess, opinion on the last hour of trading. Obviously, options are going to be expiring. Does that affect the 0DT levels at all in any way in the last hour? I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, the last hour, especially over the recent year, has become probably one of the most important. It's important, we are retail traders, but it's important to understand how the market is trading. So institutions, first of all, they don't look at charts. So don't think that a hedge fund manager or a large fund is just looking at price action like we do. They trade based on data, and they don't trade intraday, or they don't trade they don't day trade. They would position themselves at the last hour or last 30 minutes of the day and at the open. So that's why you see a lot of volatility between 9:30 and 10, and between 3 to 33 and 4. Also, the options are expiring, so there's a lot of traders that are actually trading 0DTEs at the close because the gamma is the most sensible. So if you can spot even like a small move, you could actually make a very big return on those moves, even if the option is expiring in 15-20 minutes. And also, like, the option on SPX are cash settled. So if you are playing different strategies, you could actually receive the cash at the end of the day in your account.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last hour of the day is very, very important.
Yeah, no, 100%. So hopefully we get some nice action here going into close. With the SMH ETF up, 1.5%. It is leading the day across all the sectors. If you look at the daily chart, again, it's kind of similar to it was an NVIDIA sitting at this pretty interesting level here on the daily chart. It has reacted to this level a few times in the past. So I think it's going to be pretty crucial for bulls to go ahead and hold this level to maintain the bullish, or I guess get back some bullish momentum. We definitely have given away some bullish momentum in the last, ever since like the end of October. Last couple of weeks has been, more of a bearish market after that massive run up. So it's not anything unexpected. Like the ETF came down a solid, 10%, decent correction. So I guess today's report might tell us whether that's, a correction, or if we're going to hit down maybe lower than a minus 10% correction to like maybe minus 20%, see a bear market or something like that. Let's see, but semiconductors is leading. Bitcoin is down the most. Real estate has been taking some heat lately for sure. XLP was this consumer staples. Yeah, interesting that utilities and consumer staples are actually down today with semiconductors up. Guess that means the market is hoping for good with these NVIDIA earnings. So yeah, it'll be fun to watch. And XLK Tech is up. SPY is actually slightly green on the day. So pretty good signs, I guess, going into the earnings. Hopefully we hold the support. Pretty much all assets are kind of trading at this relative support level here. So would be nice to see some more bullish action into the end of the year. So
Absolutely.
yeah. Let's see, and let's see if PANW is moving at all. This one kind of same. Look at the weekly. Yeah, this one's actually looking probably stronger than NVIDIA on the weekly, maybe. Not really. NVIDIA still has it's still trading very close to its relative highs here, about 15% lower. So that's a decent sized correction, but for NVIDIA, I guess nothing insane.
Yeah, and I think also like a lot of people have been panicking for this 15% correction, but people have not been watching the fact that NVIDIA was at $100 like
Yeah,
7 months ago. So I think
exactly. You know, it would almost be more weird if we didn't get some sort of correction. Like we really haven't had, like, this is probably like, how much did we correct at this level? Like we were down, what, 10% there, nothing down, you know. So this is the biggest correction that we've seen on NVIDIA and since basically what, I guess not, you know, the beginning of 2025 when we got all that tariff stuff coming out. You know, that was a solid move to the downside, I guess, from peak to bottom. Oh yeah, they took a 43% hit on NVIDIA there. So I mean, yeah, 15%. It could be a lot worse. Hopefully we hold support, but again, you know, this earnings report will be very, very telling. We already did, of course, get reports from all the other like Mag 7. We got Microsoft. Microsoft's looking pretty nasty today, actually, to the downside. Let's just take a look at Apple. Apple has been hanging in there very well. I think Google is actually doing the best out of the Mag 7 right now, essentially at all-time highs. I think it hit all-time high like literally today. So good for Google.
yeah.
Kind of a crazy candle there. Let's take a look at their 5-minute chart. Here on these levels, see if you can see anything. So, you know, we did test the call resistance and yesterday's call resistance. If you're using the historical levels, you can see they both lined up, which is pretty interesting. Got a little bit above it to the JAX 9 level, but ultimately ended up coming down, kind of similar to the overall market today. But you know, Google's been looking very, very nice lately. And then I think one of the worst performers now is, like we were talking about earlier, is Meta. Definitely. Hopefully we don't see something like this on NVIDIA today. That would be real bad for market sentiment. But you know, anything is possible. If you look at the AMD chart, they had this gap up, but that was in their earnings. Their earnings here, they actually didn't move at all. And I think that's something that we should probably prepare for as well is, you know, not a nothing burger, but maybe the NVIDIA just doesn't move at all, which would be great for premium sellers. It really just depends what kind of trade you're in NVIDIA, whether you're selling options or you're just holding. So and take a look at the expected move here on the gamma levels. When you're looking at the expected moves for earnings, Fabio, would you use the end of day levels for that? For the 1-day min and 1-day max, do you think? Would that be the best?
So for you could actually use the intraday, because what we do is we recalculate the 1-day expected move at the open. So for example, whenever you have earnings like NVIDIA, and NVIDIA moves a lot after market, the end of day is looking at the close price. So that's why the intraday is actually can give you better idea, because then it's recalculated based on the opening price for the day.
Interesting. Okay, so intraday. Got it. And that's good to know. So let's see what the expected move. So I see the 1-day max here at about 193 and the 1-day minimum at about 176. So that's what?
3.5.
A total of about a 9.3%, you know, potential, or I guess from the current price would probably be better, about 3.9%, which is pretty close to what you were saying earlier, or minus about 5% to the downside. Like you were saying before, puts are generally more expensive. What are you seeing? So since there's a little bit more, you know, expected volatility to the downside, you're probably going to see puts more expensive on NVIDIA, right? Going into earnings.
Yeah, so we can see, share this tab.
Yeah. Want me to throw your screen up?
Yeah. So for example, like what you see here is the kind of like the term structure that tells you the implied volatility for the expiration. So you can clearly see that today's kind of like expiration or the next expiry is pricing a really high volatility, and then kind of like we are in the lower side. So obviously there's a lot, we are pricing more because of course we have earnings. So a lot of what people can use is they can use calendar spread where they trade different expirations, or we can look at the smile and we can see basically as we see, like the put side is always like more high in volatility. So the market tends to price more kind of like the tail end of the curve. There's not really much here, but of course you can kind of see how we are getting kind of like more premium for this kind of downside move than kind of like an upside move. So yes, puts are a bit more expensive.
Yeah. Good to know going into earnings. I know sometimes like there's a lot of people that are out there in the chat because I go live for these earnings quite a bit. I just like to ask if anyone's trading. So if you guys are out there in the chat, probably get some people coming in for the NVIDIA earnings here pretty soon. So I'll probably ask again a little bit later. But if you guys are in any trades going into earnings, we'd love to know, see what options you're in. Just always fun to see what people are trading going into these earnings. I myself am not a big like earnings trader. If anything, I wait till after earnings. But you know, there's a lot of people out there that do like to put on trades before earnings, which is cool. So if you guys are out there, let us know what you're in. Always interested to hear. Alexander was asking if the FOMC minutes are up. Yes, they were released probably about an hour ago now at this point. So yeah, FOMC minutes are done, and we got about an hour until the market closes. And NVIDIA will report earnings. So that's what pretty much all eyes are going to be on, you know, for especially for this last hour until market close. NVIDIA, I just looked it up a little bit ago. They are reporting earnings 20 minutes after the bell. So, you know, we'll probably get a little bit of movement when the market closes, but no, the bigger movement will probably come as the numbers come out and then on the earnings call itself. So it looks like people are out there. Someone took a $55,000 short on QQQ for this report, which is pretty interesting, saying it's going to be a terrible report. Okay. Good luck. You know, I, as someone that's a long only trader, I hope that isn't true, but you know, you got to prepare for the worst.
I mean, we were doing this like maybe 6 months ago. For NQ traders, this can be a very, very good event, right? Because NQ would react immediately after earnings. So for NQ traders, definitely is something to watch for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Let me change the title of this. Yeah, anyone else out there in any trades would love to hear. I mean, that was fun to see. Someone was saying utilities, waste management, and ED, WM and ED. Interesting, pretty you know, safe move with the markets selling off. It looks like waste management actually has gotten a gap down recently in earnings, but they've been making some pretty decent movement back to the upside. So that's a pretty cool play there. Oracle. Someone's watching Oracle, says top watch if the market can settle. Let's see. Let's take a look at Oracle. Oracle has been very, very interesting lately. They had a pretty big gap up on earnings not too long ago, but have settled down since, as they said. They said right above the 200-day SMA, and he's doing short puts on Oracle. He said positive jacks near the 240s could act as a magnet. Nice. Love that. What are you seeing on Oracle there, Fabio?
So with Oracle, you can see everything is red. So we are in a negative gum environment. The option momentum are very bearish. We have very high volatility and a slightly negative seasonality, right? So what we see here is, you know, core resistance 280 and put support 220. Those kind of like are the levels to watch. But then if you look at the kind of like 0DTE side, yes, we do have this 230 level here for next Friday, for this Friday, sorry. So yeah, around that area, 220 to 40. Yeah, we are not, it's not looking great coming from the option market, basically.
Got it. Yeah, so bearish on the option side. So good luck on the short dated puts, or I guess he said just short puts. Curious, DJ Vish, what is your strike price? He's saying 240s maybe acts as a magnet. It's interesting. So MenthorQ levels is saying a little bit more bearish though. So I mean, maybe could get a pop. You know, see the premium decay in the puts before markets come down. That is, I guess, the goal.
This one is a very strong level. So this 220 is a big put support. You can see how wide the bar is compared to the other levels. So definitely that could bring strong support. If we look at the kind of like swing models over the next 5 days, definitely those 200 and 240 to watch. More kind of like on the bearish side. So this would be our resistance. This would be our kind of support. And then if we look at the next 20 days, then we have our resistance at 260 and our support down at around 180.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, Oracle, I mean, if you're looking at the chart here, it looks like 220, 218. It's almost like a double bottom, which is interesting. And that 220, so you said there's 220 put support there, right?
Yeah.
On your models, yeah. So in that case, would you be looking to sell like a put at 220 or something lower than 220?
So I mean, yeah, it depends on kind of like your view on the asset. As we said, if we go back and look at the dashboard here, it's a very big bar compared to the rest of it. So there's definitely a lot of like it will become a magnet. So going back to the chart, yes, definitely could be an interesting level. We are not too far off, so it really depends on the risk that you want to take. So we are like 3-4% down that. So it really depends if you are willing to take kind of that risk there.
Makes sense. Someone just said XYZ is halted. That's interesting. Take a look at XYZ real quick. That is block. Used to be called square. Is that halted? Not sure why it would be. Let me pull on the news data here. Looks like 3 minutes ago, Block or XYZ shares guidance on key business performance metrics it expects over the next 3 years. Looks pretty good from what I'm seeing. Yeah, 13 minutes ago, Block shares halted. 14:45. Yeah, Block did get halted, I guess. That's interesting. Not sure why. They only moved up like 1.4%, it looks like. But they're sitting there at 57.71 and not moving. So, yeah, interesting move there. Let me see. Pull up this. XYZ. Yeah. What is that, the 5 minute? Yeah, it wasn't that crazy of a move, it looks like, but I guess just because the news came out. It is interesting. Let's see. It's 12:15, so we got roughly 45 until market close. See how NVIDIA is doing today on the intraday. Is it still moving up? Let's see. Yeah, so it's looking okay going into close still. Definitely retracing some of the loss it made earlier intraday. It's like the total intraday move, it was down just about 2.6% from the top to that bottom right there. So that's a decent move down, and it's so far retraced what, about close to 2%. So just reverted to the mean. Yeah, I guess it's not really trading near any of these major gamma levels, except for the JEX3. So maybe you can explain, I don't know, like what that JEX3 level could mean, Fabio. I forget, is the JEX1 the most significant, or is the JEX10?
So JEX1 would be the highest. So
Got it.
It all comes down to, I forgot NVIDIA again. So basically, like the levels are actually taken from kind of like this chart here. So the major level, which is what we call primary level, which is the core resistance and put support, will be the widest green or red bars here. And then JEX1 would be the second highest. So in this case, JEX1 probably is this level here, JEX2, maybe JEX3, and so on.
Yeah.
All the way to JEX10. JEX10 doesn't mean that it's less important, but it does have less gamma exposure at that level, right?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. So yeah, we're just sitting around that JEX3 level for quite a while today. Like, kind of was like kind of the intraday sort of mean, I guess you could call it. And so far, we're breaking up to the upside. So hopefully, we continue to do that and get some bullish momentum here to that. I'm seeing the 1-day max there at 193. Price movement looks decent. Looks decent. Getting a little bit of volume here going into close, but I am pretty excited to see what happens with this report. I think it's probably one of the last major earnings reports. I know there's some still coming out, but with like, all the Mag 7 out of the way, NVIDIA is definitely, the last probably, massive significant report that we're going to get. Like, for example, what else do we have? We do have some other, tech stocks, semiconductors. We got Marvell. We got CrowdStrike coming up in a couple of weeks. CRM, Snow. Let's see what else. Oracle, we still got coming up here in early December, but a lot of the big ones, like we went over earlier, Microsoft, Apple, Google, all those top allocations, and this S&P and the Nasdaq have already reported. So I think this NVIDIA will be the final nail to see what the market is going to do.
And I think also, Mike, it's very important, and I don't want to stress it enough. Think about in the mind of a hedge fund manager or a large asset manager, your bonus is paid January till December, right? So at December, you're not going to take more risk because you don't want to take a risk of losing the profit that you made. So you're going to probably like wait and see and close the year and then reposition yourself at the beginning of the year. So we've seen that many times. So I think the market is really looking at NVIDIA as the last stop and then rethinking of what should we do for 2026, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. What do you think about like the tax implications, though? Do you think that has anything? Is that going through their head? Like they're not wanting to realize gains now?
No, I mean, they're not, the way that their bonus is structured, I don't believe is considering taxes in that sense. It's more looking at performance, kind of like performance from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, right? So that's why typically like after Thanksgiving on a normal year, the market kind of like is very low volatile because a lot of people are really not thinking about the market any longer. They are taking holidays, they're thinking about Christmas breaks, stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It does make sense. That's good information here. Hopefully, I mean, we'll see. So are you saying maybe a lot of these guys, they see the market's up so much, maybe they see a good earnings report, take some profits, collect their bonus check, and then go ahead and wait for next year and start repositioning?
Rinse and repeat. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, great insight there. And yeah, we've seen actually some decent movement here with NVIDIA running up almost back to the high of day into close here. So pretty solid range on the day. Pretty solid range. So about 40 minutes until the close here. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything else. I'll pull up. I guess maybe at this point, let's see is SPY following this. Yeah, SPY is moving back to the upside as well. So maybe we can find some stuff hitting call resistance. I'll go ahead and run my scan here for call resistance again. See if we can find anything interesting as the market moves up here into close.
I think, Mike, are you sharing my screen or your screen?
Yours. Yeah. Here, I'll put mine up. But just a few stocks. ATO, Atmos Energy. Let's see. Coming up to call resistance there, which is interesting. NUE. Let me actually change this to the MenthorQ scan index instead of the S&P. Maybe we'll get a few more results. Yeah, here we go. ANET, that's an interesting one. This one has been trending pretty well recently. I actually just broke above call resistance and the gamma wall on ANET there. So we'll see what happens on that. TBT is inverse bonds. So that means, I guess, TLT is at a support level. If you're trading inverse, that's cool. ATO again. What is this? Fox Corporation, trading a little bit above that call resistance. Let's see if there's anything happening on the 1-day min and max. This one should be actually pretty cool to see, because I'm seeing a lot of stuff kind of near the or at least under that 1-day max. I wonder if anything's getting close to it. And put in the API key real quick on the scan. But again, you guys, if you guys aren't subscribed or haven't heard of MenthorQ or TrendSpider, hit the subscribe button. We're both live right now on both our accounts. Make sure to like and subscribe on this video, on this live stream. Check out the links below. There are sales. We got our both of us are running Black Friday sales, both for MenthorQ and TrendSpider. You can use the links below to sign up for a trial for TrendSpider for just $7. And there's also a big Black Friday sale going on for these MenthorQ gamma levels indicators that we have on the charts. With the combination of both platforms, like you can do what I'm doing right now and scan for stuff hitting these significant levels. ISRG is an interesting one. It's coming up to this 1-day max right here. Actually rejected it there not too long ago. We're sitting on the 5-minute chart. So that was, yeah, just a little bit ago. So it's going to potentially retest that. That's interesting. Google, let's see this. Google earlier in the day kind of reacted against this 1-day max that's sitting up there as well. That one's cool. And then if you guys are just joining, there is now the ability to plot historical gamma levels on your chart. So instead of just being able to see today's levels, MenthorQ just push an update so you can see previous day's levels as well. Once that loads, it should pop up. I think I have to do to end of day. There we go. So not only can you see today's, call resistance levels, put supports, all that, you can see previous days as well. And you can see, actually, it's kind of interesting to see these call resistance levels they've been lining up for quite a while now. They're right at 300 on Google. And just today, we just barely broke above that, got a few bucks above and came right back down. So if you're looking at that 300 level and going like a larger time frame, that is, just right above all-time high, which is pretty interesting that we're seeing all this call resistance up there, and it was pretty clearly reacted to today. So yeah, interesting stuff. We broke out above this, what was it, like 292 kind of resistance level, and tested the call resistance at 300. So I guess that will probably be a pretty key level for Google to break over here in the coming days with all these stacked call resistances there. Let's see what else we got. Saw someone was trading waste management earlier. Let's pull this up. See what we got here. And historical. Give this a sec to load. Someone actually just got news that XYZ was unhalted. Let's take a look. Look at that. XYZ. Massive volume spike there. Up about, 5 or 6%. So they had basically just recently some pretty crazy news. Not crazy news, but just their future expectations. They dropped some like forward guidance, I guess. And they were halted because of it. And now they are unhalted. Let's stick on the 1 minute chart right here and see some of this action. They are just, yeah, aggressively getting bought right now. Pretty fun to see here. If you look at the daily chart, they are definitely trading at the lower end of their range here as well. They broke out of this consolidation range back from earlier in the year, and they're trading lower. And yeah, interesting. Let's take a look at the weekly. Yeah, you can see it's one of those like PayPal looking charts where they had their massive run there in like 2020, 2021, and really have not gone anywhere since. And yeah, it looks amazing here on the 1 minute chart, but when you zoom out, just a little blip. But maybe this will kick them into gear a little bit. So that's fun. Not sure. Maybe it's he's the 5 minute.
Yeah, I think Mike could be an API key thing, so I had to change mine too.
Oh, really? Okay.
So I can share mine if you want.
Yeah, sounds good. Let me stick you back on the stage. There you go. Yeah, I can just read out. I was looking at the different stocks hitting that 1 day min and max. I think Google was on there, right? Yeah, Google we looked at. Let's see. And then it was what else we got? We got AMAT on there. AMAT's up 4.36% today. Oh, mine just started working again. Funny. Yeah, I'm seeing AMAT on the end of day 1 day max. Pretty interesting chart on AMAT. That's again another kind of chip stock, so probably rallying up there with NVIDIA. Let's see what else. We got AbbVie. We saw that one earlier. Target, Waste Management. Both of those are on the 1 day max scan as well. Pretty nice scan. It's very cool to see or be able to instantly see stocks trading at their expected, upper end move right there. And someone's asking about NBIS. Let's take a look at that.
I think you're sharing my screen still, right?
Yeah. Here. I'll switch back to mine. Sorry. Let me see. But AMAT, you can see on our 1 day min and 1 day max scan, just press scan and it's popping up right here. It's approaching the 1 day max pretty much to the T right now, but does have another level above it, which is interesting. Fabio, what do you think when you see like a 1 day max and then like a call resistance above it? Like what is like would you put more emphasis on one level or the other here, or they're just kind of telling you different things?
I think the core resistance is more like an option level, so it's calculated on kind of like looking at the option. The 1 day max and 1 day minimum are more like volatility levels, so they are calculated based on the forward-looking volatility. So the way I use those is they're kind of like rubber bands. So like whether you're trading option or directional, you want to look at where the trend can be exhausted and maybe either look for a reversal, or maybe you are already in a trade and you want to like kind of take partial profits. And then if that breaks, then you know that you have a very strong level all the way there on the core resistance. So those could be like used in conjunction. So it really depends on the strategy that you have, but
yeah, makes sense. Almost like a momentum, like follow the momentum as it breaks above it. That makes sense. Let me see if XYZ is doing anything crazy. So XYZ may be in a potential situation like that here. It's right about, I mean, this is kind of a crazy kind of news-driven move, but it's on that high volatility level on the 1 day max, 0 DT at least, and then they have the call resistance 0 DT level all the way up there. So maybe a momentum play there. Again, it's news-based. So not super, I guess it's probably just being priced in barely now. And this is end of day level. So it's really not priced in at all technically, right? Since it's not intraday. So, but based on yesterday's levels, that's what it was. Let's see. It's interesting that a put support here, 0 DTE, towards the top end of the range. Now, 1-day min way down there, but pretty good reaction levels on these JEX levels intraday. Did not break JEX 4, and there's a pretty wide gap to the bottom there. And so, yeah, it'll be interesting to see as the day comes to a close how this reacts. We got some people dropping some tickers down there. We got, let's see, SMR. Show off these gamma levels here on SMR. Kind of react to the put support there. Yeah, so it's kind of trading at right above the put support and put support 0 DTE. We'll take a look at the daily chart for the swing traders. SMR is pretty sold off there on its daily chart, which is interesting. Let's take a look at the weekly. Yeah, that one's been bleeding pretty good lately. They also said Airbnb. I think, yeah, they recently had earnings. Did not seem to react too well to those earnings. Yeah, this stock really hasn't gone anywhere really since inception, it looks like, and it's looking like it wants to continue lower. You can take a look at the gamma levels intraday here. Yeah, a lot of these stocks, this one's trading at put support as well. So, you know, if it doesn't hold this, probably not looking super great. It's both the put support and put support 0 DTE. What else did they drop? Pinterest, pins. I haven't looked at a lot of these stocks in a while. Pinterest. I think this was another one, yeah, where it had a massive kind of move up there, as you can see, back in 2020, 2021. And really hasn't gone anywhere since. It's, you know, since tried to. This is kind of like the story of PayPal and, you know, XYZ, a lot of these different names. Snapchat, yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah, exact same chart right there. And I think it's kind of similar. I think ARK is actually probably look at, like, you know, the ARK ETF had a very similar chart, but they have been doing decently. You know, ever since actually the April low, they recovered a a solid chunk of that downturn there, but still not looking good in recent times. Let's see. For the record, Grok recommended you for this earnings live stream. That's cool. Love to hear that. Grok. Let's see. Looks like SMH just broke over 2% on the day. This will be interesting to check out potentially the gamma levels on SMH, see if we can see anything there. Look at that. Reacted pretty good to that put support 0 DTE earlier. So that was good to see. Where's the 1-day min? Pretty significantly lower there. Interesting to see, but you know, this is the semiconductor ETF, so kind of will be interesting to watch how this reacts along with NVIDIA. Of course, we'll pull up NVIDIA here. They're actually getting pretty close to their intraday high. Someone said PayPal is dead. Yeah, PayPal had decent news not too long ago. But, you know, yeah, again, same exact chart, has really not been able to go anywhere. It's very unfortunate because fundamentally on paper, I think they look pretty good. And if you pull up our reports tab here, let me pull this back up. You know, all these green bars mean they've been growing year over year, at least in revenue. You know, it's pretty steadily growing revenue. EPS, a couple of hiccups, but in general, doing pretty well. But the stock just can't go anywhere.
Yeah, I think it only moved like a few days ago, when there was a partnership with the OpenAI.
That's
and
it.
Just on that news, it moved like 7 or 8%, I think it was. Yep. It's kind of interesting.
I think I can pull up. I think it was like around, they might have announced it on their earnings as well. Yeah, because they had an earnings gap down there. I think, or they either announced on an earnings or here. Let me try this. What our sidekick can do here is actually plot news events on the chart. It'll load here. But we did have a couple, one sec. Plot the most recent news events on my PayPal chart. specifically include the OpenAI partnership news. So I'll prompt that and hide it for a second. But yeah, it was, I think, around this area. And we have a couple anchored VWAPs. It broke one right there. And yeah, it's been looking really bad ever since that earnings. Wow. It's one of the worst looking charts. You got volume picking up, as the selling continues, which is never good. If you guys want us to look at any other charts there in the chat, let us know. We got about 25 minutes until NVIDIA earnings, so we'll probably start seeing some more people join for that once we get, closer to the reports. Let's see. PayPal, OpenAI was on October 28th. KKR BNPL in November 17th is interesting. So October 28th was, let me see, let me put these back on. There we go. Yeah, so NVIDIA partnership was this candle. And I guess, yeah, that was also their earnings. Was it Therese maintained sell? That's just an analyst sell rating. They had a KKR buy now, pay later deal. Looks like they agreed to sell 65 billion worth of buy now, pay later loan receivables to KKR. Interesting. Pay in 4 Canada launch on November 10th. Looks like they launched interest-free buy now, pay later option for Canadian shoppers ahead of holiday season. And yeah, someone maintains sell rating. But yeah, this is kind of a cool use case for our sidekick, because honestly, like, it doesn't seem like anything crazy, but having to go back and find those news articles, like especially if it's farther back in the past, is can take some time. Yeah, we can look at, people are saying MicroStrategy and Microsoft. Let's start with MicroStrategy, because that one has been interesting lately. With crypto selling off, crypto is leading the day to the downside, minus 3.7%. Coming up to a real crucial level here on MicroStrategy. If you can see, around this 180 level is interesting. And if we go onto the levels here, if you look at the 180 level, I'm curious to see if there's anything on the charts for these levels. So we just started getting down to this level, so I guess probably not super recent. But at 180, do have these JAX levels starting to populate. A one-day min was there yesterday. So as time goes on and we start trading around that major pivot or support level, whatever you want to call it, would probably be good to keep an eye on. Put supports, high volatility levels starting to populate there. It's really cool with these historical levels for that use case. Really, being able to look back and see if multiple levels line up. Would you say if multiple levels line up that it makes it more significant, Fabio, or is it kind of just different every day?
I would say so, yeah. So like, whenever you have, especially the 0DTE lining up with the all expiration level, it becomes kind of like more important for sure.
Definitely.
And for those who are like not familiar with gamma exposure, all of that stuff, 0DTE's levels are very sensible because there's less time to expiration. So even like a small price reaction can actually cause a strong hedging activity on those levels. So they can become really strong magnets.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. So, and as you can see, that happened a couple times or 2 times here in the past with these call resistance levels on MicroStrategy around this 215 level, and then at the put support at 200. So probably some decent levels to keep an eye on for MicroStrategy. I'm a fan of looking at the longer term levels and then seeing how like something like this level translates into the shorter term levels, which really easy to do on a levels indicator like MenthorQ. So I'll probably be keeping an eye on that here in the near future. Let's see. And they also asked for CRM. I don't think we've looked at it all yet. I think CRM, yeah, they have earnings on December 3rd, and they actually broke a new low today. And They're back above it for now. But let's take a look at the intraday chart here. Our gamma levels, see if there's anything interesting. Zoom in. I think it's probably looks a little easier on the 5-minute. Let's see. Yeah, a couple of Jax levels they reacted to, and again, a couple put support levels, both the all expiration and the 0 DTEs lined up the past couple of days, right at 227, and that's probably lining up with this bigger level here, like 227. Yeah, there's multiple touches of that 227, so it's probably not super huge coincidence that we're seeing those levels here on this indicator. And actually was marking that yesterday as well on the 0 DTE. So definitely a level we probably could have played to the upside maybe.
Yeah, and it's from the option side that 227 is a very, very strong put support area.
Yeah,
very, very strong. And other levels on CRM that you should be looking for, 218 as kind of like a support and 248 as kind of like a resistance. Very strong resistance there.
Okay, so let's see if we can plot this. So you said around the 218
and 248.
So a little bit like right down here or so. And then
and
248.
Yeah, for the next 5 days, kind of.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for the next few days. Yeah, pretty decent trading range there. Yeah, probably decent level to hit along. Honestly, if probably a lot of stop losses were hit under this level, and if we get to 218, there's probably a good chance that we see some short-term buying there for sure. So definitely good stuff. Good stuff. And next up, we'll take a look at Microsoft. Let's see. So looking at, the weekly, hanging in there pretty good. They got this level here at like 468. Just look at that, 468. Kind of in the middle of this. They have a gap there from earnings back in May. Let's take a look at
kind of like a head and shoulder pattern now.
Let's see. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. Let's take a look at, is it better on the daily? Yeah, for sure. You got the 2 here, kind of head there. So I guess the neckline would be here, which is, breaking down right now. And that is a bearish pattern. So let's see. Let's take a look at the intraday charts here with our gamma levels. A couple of put supports that look like it broke through today. So, if that head and shoulders, like you said, does play out, not looking super good for Microsoft. Well, actually they do. Those are the 0 DTEs, but they have put supports at 475 for the last couple of days, which is interesting. 475 would be, I guess right around this level. So maybe we'll see there. Maybe. Definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. Let's see. Adobe. They haven't been doing too well recently from what I remember. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this one is not doing great. I mean, there's not really, it's just a straight downtrend for quite a while now. Maybe if we look at the intraday charts, we'll see something. Really, yeah, it's I mean, I think the company's okay fundamentally. I just think people think they're getting, kind of priced out with all these new AI tools coming out. They might not have as big of a moat as they used to. So I think is why they're selling off. Yeah, poor Adobe is correct. Someone said they bought HIMS. HIMS has been an interesting one as of late. We'll start on the weekly here. Yeah, that's not looking good. Real quick, I want to check out, what is it? NVO, I think, is one that we have this Christmas tree drawn. Yeah, NVO. A little bit more interesting here. Several support levels here at 45. So let's see if the gamma levels line up there at all. And that. Let's see, 475 or 40. What was it? 45. Yeah. Nothing insane. We're just kind of down in the Jex levels. Put supports are way down there. Actually, yeah, right at 45. So 45, multiple put support and put support levels have lined up on NVO at 45, which definitely lines up. And we'll take a look at HIMS as well to see where we're getting any lining up of these levels. So looks like on HIMS around the 30 level. Let's see how that compares over here, maybe on the weekly around 30. Let's see, 30 all the way down here. At this point, wouldn't be surprised if it hit it. I mean, it's been absolutely bleeding for quite a while now. And of course, yeah, NVIDIA. We'll take a look at NVIDIA here. They're actually looking pretty good into close. Pretty good into close still. Again, this 180 level, multiple reactions here. Head over to the 5-minute. Let's see, 180 here. It's actually one of those Jex levels. Anything else interesting? Put supports all the way down at 160 for 2 days now. You know, the 0DT is, of course, higher, but that's interesting. Put support, you know, kind of was up here at 185, and just what, yesterday, it flew down there to about 160. Interesting to see. If we pull up the daily, let's see where 160 leaves us. Ooh, yeah, 160 is all the way down here. So that would be brutal. I guess we can look at what the upside kind of levels are. It's looking around 200, right? That's what you were saying earlier too. Yeah, so 200. Take a look at that again over here. Again, about right there. So pretty big range, which is expected. So, you know, if you were to, I guess, place an options earnings trade here, if you were selling options, I guess you have a decent chance of staying in this range, but you get absolutely blown out of the water if it doesn't, I guess, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So what a lot of option traders would do for earnings, there is something called IV rush. So the implied volatility typically increases the last couple of weeks before earnings, and then the day after you have sort of like the IV crash, which basically volatility tends to drop. So a lot of the option traders would try to sell spreads outside the expected move ranges, and they would look at history and they would look at all of this stuff so that they can benefit from this kind of like crash in implied volatility and pocket the premium. Or obviously you could buy options, but you're paying a lot of premium. So the problem is that even if the price moves, because of this IV crash, you might still not make money. So that's
Right.
why a lot of traders that trade, you know, weekly options for the move around earnings, they lose money because they're not able to capture that pricing volatility, right? So
Absolutely. So I guess if you were buying options for earnings, you would recommend going further out in expiration, or?
So, well, the problem with further out is that they would drop immediately if the price doesn't get close. So there's not really a right or wrong answer, because if you
Yeah.
buy at the money, you're paying a lot of premium, and of course you would make a lot of money if the stock moves. You would probably make more if you buy out of the money and the stock reaches those strike and makes those option become in the money. But if that doesn't happen at the first pullback on the next day, because you have so much short time to expiration, then the value would really drop really fast.
Yeah.
And
So it's tough either way.
no, I mean, I think the biggest mistake is not accounting volatility, right? So that's
Yeah.
why a lot of people lose money with options, because they rush into, yes, I want, if the price goes up, I'm going to make money, when in reality, not really, because you're not accounting all the Greeks, which is volatility and time to expiration, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. And yeah, that makes sense, because like the more premium you pay, the more it has to move
Yeah.
for you to make money. So You really got to be right in the direction, even more so, especially on an earnings play. So, I mean, it's really, I mean, it depends. It could be hit or miss, or I mean, it could also be like the stock doesn't move at all either way, and you just get crushed anyway, you know?
Yeah. Because a lot of people, they buy like straddles, so they don't know the direction, so they would buy a call and a put, and they basically bet that one side will make money. The problem is that if volatility is so inflated, you really need a very strong move to be able to offset the premium that you paid, right? So
yeah,
kind of challenging.
Yeah, it's just
a lot of people like to sell, because sell, you're basically getting that premium. But then, of course, if the earnings is so good, then you're getting crashed because the price exceeds your strikes, most likely.
Yeah, it's just, you know, essentially completely opposite strategies. Like, you're not going to win a lot buying options probably, but when you do win, you'll probably get paid a good amount. And, you know, with selling options, I guess with earnings, you do get paid a decent amount, but you're also still risking, you know, you're going to have a higher probability of probably winning the trade, but also take, you know, larger losses for those smaller amount of times that you're wrong. So it really just depends, you know, I guess how you like to trade.
So you always have to think about kind of statistics, right? So the price can go up, down, or can stay in a range. If you sell option, you could potentially make money if the price goes in your direction, stays in the range, or even potentially goes against you because you have theta on your side that can kind of offset kind of that negative move of the price. If you're buying option, you're actually really making money only if you get the direction right. So you have 1 out of 3 probability to actually get the right outcome. And then, of course, after that, you need to also be able to price in the strike that you're using. So it's kind of like tricky there.
Yeah, exactly. I guess if you had, what do you think is better for retail? Do you think there's one better or worse for retail, or does you can kind of pick either? Or
So for retail, I think it's important to first spend time learning. So if you get into options, don't think that it's just as easy as, oh, I want to buy a call or I want to buy a put. You need to really understand how the premium is valued, how it's priced, and then you can kind of figure out, okay, what should I do, right? So you need to understand how the Greeks work. You need to understand the time to expiration. So a lot of people, I'm going to buy option that expire next year because the market's going to be up next year. When in reality, you're actually paying a much higher premium. So if the price doesn't move, you're actually going to lose money every day waiting for that event to happen, right? So basically, like I think the biggest outcome is sell option when volatility is high and buy option when volatility is low, but understand like the risk that you're taking by doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
And, you know, those charts that we showed you before, the VRP, look at IV rank. IV rank is a good measure to understand whether we are in a good environment for selling premium or in a good environment for buying premium.
Yeah, it's fair. And depends definitely on the market, right? You know, when VIX is super high, it's probably want to switch if you're like a regular an option buyer, maybe better to switch over to selling. So you know, that makes sense.
And the other thing is also look at the history, right? So for example, 2-3 weeks ago when I was mentioning that gold was at the highest percentile, right? The implied volatility of gold dropped 12% in 1 day. So even if you didn't get the direction right, you could have actually made money and come out okay just by this drop of volatility from 1 day to the other one. So basically, it's important to understand how to look at those variables, because it's not just, you know, straightforward. You need to kind of understand how those play together.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, good insight there. Good insight. And we're coming up pretty close to the market close here as well. So we'll see if we get any large movements here. I'll turn on my after hours data real quick. It's actually kind of cool to see the gamma levels, you know, in after hours as well. You can see here. But yeah, so if you guys are out there, you're in any trades for NVIDIA or PANW, you know, PANW is reporting as well, let us know. And if you guys are just joining in for NVIDIA earnings, Basically, we're going to be watching the charts with our gamma levels indicator on. You guys can get access to TrendSpider and these gamma level indicators using the links down below in the description and in the chat. It is both of our Black Friday sales right now, so it is definitely probably the best time of the year to grab both of these platforms. Again, you can get a $7 trial for TrendSpider and get a discount on the MenthorQ levels using the links down below. So yeah, definitely check them out. We have a nice blog post explaining how all of them works, and we have Fabio here. So if you guys have any questions about any of these levels or anything in the markets, definitely drop them down in the chat. While we got Fabio here, he's the CEO of MenthorQ, very knowledgeable on options and gamma. So if you guys have any questions, now would be a great time. We got 5 minutes here until NVIDIA does report their earnings. So we'll be watching it live with the gamma levels on our chart. So it should be cool to see how this plays out. Hopefully cool. I'm hoping, I would be cool with them not moving or at least moving up. But if they have a gap down like Meta, that is not going to be a good sign for the market. So that's the only thing I don't want to see personally. But if you guys have any trades on in the chat, or you guys are looking at anything specifically, let us know. We'll check them out with you guys. But again, semiconductors are leading the market today on my sector ETF list, which is a good sign going into the close here. Again, energy is the worst sector on Bitcoin, if you consider that a sector, more of an asset class, I guess. Silver is up, and gold is coming back up a little bit too. I'm actually curious. I don't think we've looked at silver and gold. Yeah, but silver and gold have been really, really nice lately. They took a little breather, but it seems like they put in a little bit of a bottom here. Silver and gold, they're starting to make some higher lows here on the daily chart, which is generally not a good sign for equities. But over the last however long, they've been rallying pretty much together. So we will see. We'll see what happens. Take a look at QQQ here on the 5-minute chart. Maybe I'm gonna put on the levels because it was an honestly perfect reaction here at the 1-day max and the call resistance levels here on the Qs and the SPY. But you can see, the lines barely moved any, like a couple cents above that call resistance this morning. So if you're looking for a trade this morning, that would have been a solid one probably to take. QUBT. Let's take a look at that one. QUBT is another quantum stock. Again, all quantum stocks are super hype. And then recently they have come down pretty significantly. It seems like the momentum is to the downside. I don't know, Fabio, if you have any opinion on the quantum names, if options markets have shown you anything.
There's definitely like a big hype. It's all the AI narrative, I think, that goes into those companies. So I think, it just, whenever you see headlines mentioning, AI, the stock tend to move very fast. So I think, yes, there's definitely been a big hype there. It's a trend that has been going on for quite some time. In my previous experience, we were actually building quantum computing ETFs looking at those companies. So this trend has been going on since like 2016, 2017. But I think with now the new AI kind of feature is becoming more and more relevant for sure.
Cool. So would you consider yourself someone that's pretty bullish on quantum computing? I know there's been like people going back and forth whether it's going to be viable, it's not, or if it is, it's not going to be viable for many years from now. Do you have any opinion?
Yeah, so I think it's all depending on kind of like when if the technology can be developed and if it's feasible, of course, in terms of cost, because of course the challenge there is like, can people actually afford buying those type of technology, and can companies implement them and use them in their operations? So yeah, for sure. We definitely need more computing power.
For sure. Yeah, definitely. That's why a lot of these, I think like NBIS, a lot of these, you know, energy names have been popping off too lately because, you know, that's going to be a big problem is, you know, being able to power all these data centers, right? So,
yeah, I mean, like there's like projects in the US every other week of data centers, of like financing. You know, banks are involved in all these type of deals. You know, like so that's kind of like the big trend right now.
yeah, no, 100%. And we are coming into market close. We got 1 minute. So I don't know if we'll get a movement right as the market closes. We might, you know, just based on, you know, options expiring. There's the bell. Let's see what happens. NVIDIA, pretty good volume there, but that's pretty normal. But, you know, NVIDIA does release earnings in about 20 minutes, their actual numbers from what I saw. So again, we probably won't get anything insane. Yes, 4:20 p.m. Eastern. So we'll see what's going on. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Yeah, 20 minutes till NVIDIA for earnings. I appreciate it, Jersey AI. Great to see that you're over here from Daily Stock Picks. Let's see. Yeah, but 20 minutes. But we might get some movement before then. You never know. Got the 1 minute chart loaded up right here. So we'll see any movement here in real time. Let me actually, real quick, I'll do this on the side. I'll see if PANW is going to move at all. I'll pull up a multi-symbol view here. But for now, oh, yeah, we're getting some movement to the upside here on NVIDIA. It's good to see. And yeah, but we also have PANW, Palo Alto Networks reporting. Won't be nearly as significant as NVIDIA, but we'll take a look at that one as well here in a second. You guys are just joining, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe so we can continue doing more lives like these with awesome guests like Fabio here from MenthorQ. Let's see. So, you know, let's see what happens. You got the 1 day max again, right around there up to the 200 level will be pretty significant according to options data. So if you are bullish on NVIDIA, you're probably looking for a move to 200. Yeah, again, 20 minutes till the actual earnings are announced. So if you guys are in any trades, let us know in the chat below. We'd love to see what you guys, you know, how you guys are trading NVIDIA. Me and Fabio are talking about different ways to trade earnings with options. And I'm sure a lot of you guys out there are trading, you know, NVIDIA earnings with options or just equity, whatever it may be. Someone said they were shorting the QQQ, which is an interesting play, but it kind of makes sense. Does make sense. Someone said MO Altria. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Let me see. Let's take a look at the PANW chart. PANW is getting some movement. Let me see what time they report. PANW is reporting at 05. So in about 2 minutes, we'll probably see some movement here on PANW first. Get our news widget up so we can see the earnings drop here in real time. Someone's in PANW. January expiration 245s. Not sure if that's a call or a put. I'd assume that's a call because they're trading at 200 right now. That's pretty far out the money. Own the stock, sold 172 puts. I'd assume, is that PANW sold 172s on? Good luck, good luck. Let's see, cheap SPX calls for tomorrow. Interesting. Look out the 50 MA and currently at highest point of control dating back to mid-September. Looks bearish for SPY. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look. We should get some PANW movement here any second. We're getting some movement to the upside. This is the 1 minute chart, so that's not anything crazy. That was about 0.5%. Pretty good mix of people. So now we got someone in TQQQ long. We had another person short QQQs earlier. It's the beauty of the markets. Everyone's got their own trades. The NVIDIA earnings release is at 4:20 Eastern.
50 minutes.
Yep. Yep. No, I agree. The only reason why we have PANW up right now is because they're about to report, and NVIDIA doesn't report for about, another 15 minutes. And it just struck, what is it, 05. So we might see some movement here in a second. Not seeing anything yet. Pretty crazy wicks, though. And Nitesh is asking, where do you check the options flow? Been using MenthorQ. If you guys want to like rewind and check out me and Fabio, we've been live for like hours now, just going over, tons and tons of stuff. So tons of great information if you guys want to rewind. But MenthorQ, we have the CEO of MenthorQ, Fabio, up here with us. So if you have any questions about options flow, now would be the time to ask. PANW is not moving. Looks like a weird candle open to the downside. Yeah. About to just take this probably off the chart here. We've been watching SPY. We've pretty much looked at nearly every chart today, I feel like.
Yeah.
In life for quite a while. But we're gonna be watching NVIDIA earnings live right now, or not right now, in about 14 minutes when they actually come out. So just stick around if you guys are waiting to hear on the numbers and all that. Let's see. So we got some news here on NVIDIA 27 minutes ago. White House moves to block bill restricting AI chip exports. Okay. Key White House officials are pressing lawmakers to keep AI chip export restrictions. Interesting. I'm gonna put this little prompt into our Sidekick AI while we wait. Just checking out. I'm just saying NVIDIA's earnings coming up today. After the bell, do a deep dive on the company fundamentals and what traders and investors should be looking out for. And I'm saying summarize the recent news and give the bull and bear case for the stock. So I'll have AI do a little bit of thinking for us while we wait here. But it's, I mean, this is a huge, huge earnings report, you guys. So it definitely will determine the overall sentiment of the market, at least in the short term, depending on how these earnings go. Let's take a look at PANW again. So PANW, I mean, they're not moving a whole lot here. They're up like 0.5% at the moment. But again, no one is really looking at that one too much for now. Year-end rally starting today, says Felix. Maybe. That would be pretty awesome if it was. I'm pretty excited. I hope you guys are hyped out there because, I mean, this is going to be probably one of the bigger events going into the market. And other than this, we got, the next FOMC meeting will be massive as well to see if they cut rates or not. But yeah, it's going to be big. It's going to be big. And that would be awesome to get a year-end rally. No Santa this year, no rally. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, last major earnings for the year. You got some more. But I mean, this is going to be definitely the biggest one. And we only got 10 minutes until they come out. I think everyone that's involved in the stock market is probably going to be watching this report. So if you guys are just joining in, I'm sure there's a lot of people joining in, watching this live out there. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, because we're going to be going live for earnings here in the near future as well. And again, be sure to check out the links in the description to check out MenthorQ. Go to them, follow them on socials. They are excellent at what they do at analyzing the options flow, providing you guys some excellent levels to trade. So, and you guys can also get, TrendSpider and MenthorQ running our Black Friday sales right now. You can try TrendSpider for just $7 using the link down below, and also save on MenthorQ. So be sure to take advantage of that. Some people are saying PANW is moving. Oh, PANW is down pretty good right now. Let's see. Well, 2.8%. Nothing actually that crazy, but pretty good move. I'm assuming, yeah, it actually initially went up a little bit. We're on the 1 minute chart. So all this happened within 1 minute there. Pretty crazy move there. I'm going to add, this is historical end of day. Yep. But put support is there at 190 here on PANW. So maybe watch out for that level. 1 day min around 192 or so. And so far we've gotten, we haven't really gone anywhere in the grand scheme of things. We're down about 0.5%. That was a 6.3% candle to the upside though, which is interesting. Drag this over here real quick. Let's see what Sidekick has to say about NVIDIA reports or NVIDIA's report. So they gave us the EPS estimate, EPS growth trajectory here. EPS has grown, 101% increase in just 6 quarters. Absolutely insane. Obviously, everyone knows their revenue is growing at insane levels here. He's put it in a nice chart. 93% of the revenue is from data center GPUs, it says. Graphics, 7%. Let's see what else we got. Competitive moats. They got the CUDA ecosystem. Reason for performance. Let's see. I want to see what it says traders and investors should watch for this earnings call. It said Blackwell ramp and supply, saying this is the critical question. And then data center demand sustainability will be key. China impact definitely will be good to watch. And then, of course, AMD's kind of creeping in there when they announced, let's say, 60% AI revenue growth plans. Lisa Su is pretty bullish on AMD. Let's see. I put the Michael Burry short as one of the things in there for the bears. The bull case is currently irreplaceable AI infrastructure leader for sure. Blackwell could be the next leg higher. Competitive moat is widening. Forward PE is not super crazy. Multiple revenue streams. But here's the bear case. Let's see. Valuation stretched. Obviously it's $4.4 trillion market cap. It's saying 20 stocks are now 50% of the S&P, which is interesting. That's not really that much of a bear case, but I guess Aswath Damodaran, one of the big fundamental investors, is saying this is the most irrational valuation. I did not know that. And a couple legendary people, Michael Burry has been short recently. I don't put too much emphasis on that, to be honest. I think AMD is probably one of the biggest risks to them right now. But yeah, let's see if anything is going on in the charts. PANW is continuing lower. Let's see if anything's going on NVIDIA's charts. Not really yet, so we haven't missed a whole lot.
Even NQ is consolidating.
Yeah. Let's pull up the Qs. Yeah, it's like NQ or Qs NQ. Yeah, pretty much right around where we closed. So yeah, not a whole lot of movement. Everybody's just waiting this report. We got 6 minutes to go.
We should do a poll, Michael.
A what?
A poll on if we're bullish or bearish.
I know. You know, I was thinking about doing some funny stuff like that. I was thinking about coding a custom indicator that we go up 5% have to do this. You know, it's actually funny you bring that up. I think I'm going to do that one of these days.
Yes, I think put 1 for bullish and 2 for bearish or something like that, and see.
Yeah, right. That'll be fun. That will be fun. Fun for everybody to watch, depending on what they make me do. Maybe not fun for me, but one.
So we're bullish, Felix.
Yep. Oh yeah, yeah. Is any who else out there is in NVIDIA? Well, what do you say? One was what, bullish or bearish?
1 was, so let's do 1 bullish and 0 bearish.
Yeah, so if you're out there and you're bullish, put a 1. And if you're out there and you're bearish on NVIDIA, put a 0. Drop it in the chat below. Let's see what we get. Getting a lot of 1s.
Okay, nice.
One 0 so far. A lot of 1s. Okay.
Yeah.
Six, 7, nice. Couple 0s, but mostly 1s here. Will they beat enough? That is always the question. Praying for 1, says Ahmad. Yes. 0. We got a few bears out there.
Yeah.
And if you guys are just tuning in, we have 3 minutes until NVIDIA earnings are released. If you're bullish, put 1. If you're bearish, put 0. We're collecting everyone's thoughts here in the chat. So far, I've seen a ton more 1s than 0s.
Yeah.
One for the sake of the U.S. economy is correct. Just a few more minutes. NVIDIA, you know, moving back and forth, but nothing crazy yet. This really will determine the sentiment into the year end.
Yeah.
So going to be massive. We're getting a pretty significant candle to the downside as we speak. Not anything crazy, but still something. Hopefully we get a decent move. It would be kind of, I mean, I would be fine with going sideways, I guess, but I would like to see a nice move to the upside. That would be very, very nice to see.
Could be a good Black Friday present for us.
For sure. For sure. I mean, even if you're not in NVIDIA, if you're in any really stocks like tech or, you know, ETFs or whatever it may be, you're pretty much, you're long NVIDIA in some way or another.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming down here, two minutes. Someone saying Michael Burry will be right. Let's see. He's been right like one time before. NVIDIA is indeed carrying the market these days. I don't know. Google's doing pretty damn good too. But NVIDIA, I mean, yeah, absolutely crushing it.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy that until a year and a half ago, we wouldn't even consider NVIDIA, and then now it's the largest stock in the world. It's crazy.
Happened so quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much everyone is saying they beat earnings. It looks like we got 79%. 82. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
120. Move to the upside. Let's go. Everyone was right so far. Let's not get too excited too quick because this is the first candle. We are seeing some good movement, some good signs to the upside. About 2% move up right now and is flying off my chart. Let's go. Let's go. Getting close to that yeah, about 190. What? About 191 right there. Having a little bit of trouble breaking that for now. But let's see how this continues to go. It looks like NVIDIA Q3 adjusted EPS beats, sales beat, double beat. So we did indeed get a double beat. Everybody was right, or except for a few people out there that put 0. Oh, and it's flying off my chart. Look at it go. This is amazing to see. Hopefully this move holds. As you know, nothing is guaranteed really until the market opens tomorrow and the earnings call. But this has been incredible to watch so far. Love to see this move. About 4% move to the upside so far, and we're still making some moves. 4%. I think that's right around the expected move. What do you say? It was around like 3-point-something%.
Yeah, 3.5. Yeah.
So we'll see if it's going to continue on higher here or not. If it does and you bought calls, you're looking good.
Now the next poll would be if we can get to that 200 level.
Yep. That would be fun to watch. If we do try to get to 200, that is what's right up here. That's about a 6.9% move. 6.7, if you will. I don't get that joke, but everyone seems to love it. Let's see. Nice for everybody long. That is incredible. Yeah, the MenthorQ levels are on. You see them right here on my charts. It is the 1 minute, so it's the labels are kind of a little bit far to the left right now, but I believe this one over here, what is that one? We got a call resistance there around the 200 point, and the 1 day max was there about 191, as you can see. We did blow through that 1 day max, which I believe, if you had calls, you should be looking good tomorrow, assuming we hold above this. Someone was saying, Fabio, implied move was 7%. Was that, I thought we saw it was what, 3 to 4%. Looks like it's getting rejected a little bit here.
Yeah, I think the implied move is typically before earnings is looking at that volatility rush that we see. And then historically, a lot of people tend to also look at the average. So what's the average implied move before earnings? And then what's the actual move after earnings? So that, people tend to look at kind of this type of information to potentially do option trades. So if you know that NVIDIA historically has always beaten earnings and the implied move was 7% and the actual move was 14%, then you know that potentially you could exceed that move also if the history repeats itself as well.
Makes sense. Let's see. Yeah, we're starting to give back a little bit of those gains right now, but it seems to be holding decently well. Let me take a look at when their call starts. But numbers are out. They did have a double beat. Let me refresh this news widget one more time, see if there's anything else that came in. Let's see. So forward guidance revenue, fourth quarter fiscal year 2026 is 65 billion plus or minus 2%. Margins expected to be around 75%. Again, double beat. And it looks like, yeah, improved forward guidance. Their estimated forward guidance was like 61.48 or so billion. And they are expecting 63 to 66, around that 65 midpoint. So yeah, good forward guidance, double beat, So that's pretty much all you can ask for as a shareholder, I guess. But we'll see what they go ahead and say here on the call. And take a look. It's at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The call's in about 35 minutes. So for now, we seem to be good. The call's going to come up any second, though, or not any second, about 35 minutes. And that will probably bring some more movement. But yeah, I mean, solid report. I'm pretty happy with that. Nice. How much are we up from close on NVIDIA here? 2.4%. I mean, nothing crazy to the upside, but it's up. So that's good for market sentiment. Brian is saying, I think we wipe gains. It is definitely a possibility. We seem to be doing that as we speak. But yeah, I think a lot of people will just be now waiting for the earnings call. But so far, so good, I would say. Yeah. So it came back down to this, was this the one-day max level here at 191. We'll go ahead and do daily intraday. See how one-day max, basically the same spot, like 193-ish. Yeah, so far giving back some of its gains there. And if you guys are just joining, they did indeed post a double beat. Good forward guidance. But the question now is whether the earnings call, what is said on the earnings call, and how that will affect price movements. Someone's asking, what do you think the movement will be tomorrow? That's impossible to tell right now. Maybe we'll get a clearer idea as the call starts in 35 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll see if I can play that call for you guys. Let's see. Oh, it's making me sign in, so I don't know if I'll be able to play the call or not. No worries, though. We have been live. You guys missed the whole live stream today. We've been live for several hours now here with Fabio. If you guys are just joining, CEO of MenthorQ, definitely go take a look back at the live stream today. We did a lot of analysis on many different charts. Fabio was explaining, how to use gamma levels. We're showing how to scan for them right here on the TrendSpider platform. Pretty useful stuff. And if you guys haven't already, hit the like button and subscribe. And check out our Black Friday sales for both TrendSpider and MenthorQ using the links down below. You can try TrendSpider for just $7 during the Black Friday sale. It's a great deal. And then also get a discount on the MenthorQ gamma levels indicators. Yeah, I ate once today. Mahad, someone asked if we ate today.
Yeah. It's been great, and great sentiment from the people in the chat.
I know. Yeah, everyone in the chat killed it. I think 80% of people said we were going to move up, and indeed we did so far. So far, we still got that call. You know, we've seen it plenty of times in the past where stock moves up and then comes down.
Yeah.
Gives back all the gains. But I think I'll go on a limb and say we're probably safe for maybe a downward movement, but you never know. I'm not going to, maybe I just jinxed it. Who knows? Yeah, but.
And I think it's also very important in the call to look at those buzzwords. Just to bear in mind, like large funds trade based on sentiment and keywords. So whenever, like, you know, the CEO would speak, you know, this will trigger a lot of orders based on the word used in the statement. So so it's not just the results, it's really how you read the word, how you read the sentiment, the tone of the speakers. Very important.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. I'm sure you've seen like Polymarket and Kalshi, these prediction markets. People are betting on what they're going to say now even.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know if you saw the Coinbase earnings call, but apparently at the end of the call, he just read off every single buzzword that they were betting on and just completely destroyed a bunch of people, or maybe made a bunch of people happy. I don't even know, but
that's it.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely going to need, you know, big promises in the call for sure. You know, there's a lot of expectations. Honestly, insane to be the CEO of NVIDIA right now. Shout out to Jensen for practically running the U.S. economy right now. But, you know, just imagine the pressure going into that earnings call, knowing then practically the entire stock market hinges on what you say. You know, pretty wild.
And the way you say it too.
Yeah, I know. And you have to be good on the fly, answer questions and all that. So yeah, and his leather jacket. Yep. The call's in 30 minutes. It's at 5 p.m. Eastern time. Fortunately, I do not think I'll be able to stream it. They're making you like sign up for all this stuff. Sometimes I can just get in there, but I'm sure it'll be streamed. Maybe it'll be on YouTube. Actually, I'm gonna take a look. Sometimes, Fabio, I just stream the like we hop off and I just stream the call for these big events. I did it for like Palantir, you know, like the big ones. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think they're the ones that just stream it. But again, pretty solid move. So yeah, really just you see SMH here now up 3.81% on the day. Let's take a look at SMH. Yeah, obviously up in after hours. So great for sentiment. Absolutely incredible for sentiment. Brought up the SPY close, or it's still, you know, in after hours, but up almost 1% on the day. Good to see. So I think it might have been red at one point there. It was down 1 point today. So Bitcoin even recovered a little bit, only down 2.77% now. I think it was down closer to 4% earlier. What else we got? Tech is up 1.5%, and silver, interesting enough, up 1.15.
Yeah, NQ is working. Yeah, NQ is going strong to the upside.
Take a look. Yeah, looking great. Looking great on NQ. Sectors that are down: healthcare and staples. So risk and utilities.
Yeah,
NQ's looking great. Yeah, how much up is NQ in after hours here? NQ up almost 1% in after hours alone and continuing higher. Very nice setup here on NVIDIA. So congratulations to everyone that was bullish on NVIDIA. Probably making some money tomorrow. Maybe you're not on calls, depending, I guess, on your strike. Maybe not, though. Do you think if you just bought out the money calls, you're going to be up tomorrow, Fabio, at this point? Like if the market opened like right now at this level?
It all depends on, as we say, not only the strike, but the volatility that you use. So tomorrow, probably like the So I think we were looking at it today. The implied volatility of NVIDIA today was really high, and then tomorrow we're going to see possibly like a crash in volatility. So it depends on how far out of the money, maybe, but it's all based on also the movement tomorrow. So if we see a retracement tomorrow at the open, then those calls will probably lose value very fast because we have a couple of days left to the end of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh no, someone lost 65 grand today. Certified local. What were you in?
I think it was short QQQ.
Well, was he on it? Oh man. Oh, sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. Let's see. Yeah, what? 25 minutes till the earnings call. I'll probably hop off before then, because I think the main bulk of this move has happened. Yeah, Q shorted, small percentage. I'm glad it was a small position. That's good. Good to hear. Good to hear. But yeah, Fabio, after this report, is there any kind of final words that you want to give on the market, on tech or options?
No, I mean, obviously we needed kind of a catalyst like this over the past few days. Of course, the market has been kind of like on the downside. So I think it's going to be important to see how we reposition tomorrow and at the end of the week. And then again, looking at Friday, we have option expiration. So a lot of these options will expire. Maybe we're not going to see too much of a reaction, because if the market moves back to where it was, then we might see some catalyst there. So I think, I mean, overall, this was a great result for the market, for NVIDIA investors, for everyone, basically.
Yeah, no, I agree. And yeah, Fabio, I don't know if you need to do anything. I might stay on for a little bit after the call starts just to see the movement, but I know we've been on here for a while, so if you do need to go,
I might drop in a few minutes or so.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll see. Ahmad might convince me to stay on the call, but we'll see. Yeah. Again, great move today. Let's see if PANW did anything insane. Oh, PANW down pretty good actually, but luckily that's not 5.8%. Yeah, it's not a great look on PANW, but luckily everyone's watching NVIDIA. Only up 3.5%. But I'll take it. I will take it. And take a look at what some other stuff is doing. Oh, let's see. We got 20 minutes till the call. Probably nothing crazy will happen. Let's see. Bonds looks like came down a little bit in the aftermarket session. Anything else? SPY and Qs are up. Silver's actually up. Aftermarket. XLK Tech ETF is up pretty good. Utilities pretty flat, but overall down on the day. Consumer discretionary pretty flat. Let's see how Bitcoin is doing. Bitcoin is right back above 90,000. It looks like, depending on which one you're looking at. But look at the daily. It's stopped the bleeding for now. See if that holds. Take a look at the, because on TrendSpider, you can actually see the daily chart updating in real time with after hours data. This is how it'll look if the market opened, like right now tomorrow. Well, actually, market closed at, what is it, 186.5 or so. And so, yeah, we're definitely going to see probably a gap up tomorrow, depending on what happens on this earnings call. A gap from like 186 to like maybe 190, 193 or so. So that'll be interesting to see on the chart. We'll see a gap from like here to like there, right around there. So yeah, that'll be interesting. We actually have those levels on the chart. Yeah, pretty close to that 200. Maybe we'll see it on the call. But man, we held that support pretty nice so far. Did NVIDIA just save the rest of the year at least, says Ahmad. I'd say so. I mean, at least in the short term, and we got about a month left into the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys are out there in the chat, let us know if you're watching anything crazy move right now. We did a couple movers today. We saw XYZ get halted earlier. That was kind of interesting to watch. But I don't know if you guys saw something that we missed. If you did, let us know down in the chats below. Check it out. But for now, we got about 20 minutes until the earnings call starts.
So I might have to drop, Mike.
Yeah. No worries.
That was awesome. I really want to thank you guys for having me here. It's always a pleasure, and love the platform, love the integration, and I think we can provide great value. Two data sets together.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on, Fabio. I'm sure we'll have you on again in the near future. But yeah, thank you again so much, and I look forward to hosting you again.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day, guys.
Yeah, have a good one. See you. All right, you guys are stuck with me now. There we go. Lower myself there. All right. What else is there to watch? Who's out there in the chat still? Go and say what's up to me down below if you guys are still out there. Yeah, Fabio is awesome. Awesome guy. Built some pretty sick indicators too, as you can see. Built the MenthorQ gamma levels indicator that we have right here on the chart. Takes a bunch of options data, plots it as clear levels right on the chart. Again, you guys can check that out in the description below. What is going on, SJD News? Glad to see you here. If you guys haven't, hit the subscribe button because we are going live again tomorrow and, at least one day for the next few weeks. So definitely hit the subscribe button and make sure to tune in because, man, the market is looking great right now. I mean, look at NVIDIA. It's looking to hit a new high of the day. So, yeah, it is incredible if you're in the markets because your stocks are definitely going up depending on what you're in, unless you're shorting the markets. But SPY and QQQ making new highs. Well, intraday highs, that is, along with NVIDIA. And TrendSpider is on sale. It's our Black Friday sale right now. You can sign up, try out the platform that I'm using right now for just $7 using the link down below. It is the absolute best time of the year to buy TrendSpider. So if you guys were ever thinking about it, now is definitely the time. I assure you, the deals will not get better than Black Friday. 50 cents a day for 2 weeks. You can grab the platform. If you guys are sitting on TradingView or hopefully, not Thinkorswim still, you guys get no customer support there. Or if you do, it's not good. One of the best things about TrendSpider, we have this contact us button. You can actually talk with real people, real traders, anytime, practically open 24/7 to answer your questions. And they are actual traders, not going to give you some BS responses. They know how this all works and they can help you out. And it comes included in the subscription price. And right now we are definitely cheaper than TradingView on most plans. Or at least comparable on the premium plan. I know that for sure on this Black Friday sale. Oracle is up 2% post-market, says someone. Ahmad, there is a $7 trial. We don't do free trials, but you can try it for $7. So just use the link right there that we dropped in chat, and you can sign up for just $7. Yeah, Oracle is doing pretty good after market. But man, look at just putting in higher lows consistently. I mean, this is just a 1 minute chart, but man, it still looks good. So now that we actually analyzed NVIDIA pre earnings, let's go ahead and do it right here. Using Sidekick. So I'm going to have Sidekick analyze these recent earnings for us and show us what is going on. If you guys didn't know, Sidekick is TrendSpider's AI LLM. It's basically if you connected ChatGPT, or you can use ChatGPT, you can use Claude, you can use most of the models, Gemini, and he connected it with all of the market's data, and then basically removed it from the internet, so that way it only has access to the absolute best data that it can possible, and it can't even access, random news articles that are outdated and stuff like that. Cheaper than serious, yeah, definitely. I mean, $7, you can't complain, right? And this is Sidekick AI right here. Everybody gets some free messages in Sidekick AI with a TrendSpider plan, and as you can see here, it is actually just sat here and analyzed NVIDIA's most recent earnings report for us that just dropped. So it has access to the most recent news data as well. And obviously you can see here, beat estimates on both EPS and revenue. Year over year, 60 and 62%. And then Q4 guidance was strong, which is, I mean, exactly what you want to see. The revenue guidance, $65 billion midpoint, beat the 61.5 consensus. It says, and it can analyze the news. It says news indicates Blackwell demand is surging. Data center revenue up 25% quarter over quarter. And management said AI is going nowhere. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. And let's see. It analyzes, the price to sales, price to earnings, and puts them all in a nice little chart here for us. As you can see, I have my eyes on AMD. Of course, AVGO, Broadcom has a pretty similar, not even similar, but closest to NVIDIA's size and market cap wise. But if you look like the price to sales, AMD is pretty much the cheapest, along there with MU at 7x and AMD around 12x. NVIDIA is getting a little bit up there at 22x, actually higher even than Broadcom now. But, it says that right here, NVIDIA trades at a premium to semiconductor peers based on that price to sales. Let's see. But it's justified, by their massive earnings growth. Of course, that's what it's going to say. Let's see. Leaves little room for disappointment is absolutely true on NVIDIA's front. So, if they have one quarter of, not great growth, that's going to be really bad. Let's see what else. Bull versus bear case. We already kind of looked at this going into it, but I think like the biggest bull case is the Blackwell momentum. Good guidance strength is definitely great. You always want to see good forward guidance going in or from earnings, because stocks are generally looking ahead in time at what's going to happen, and if the company itself is saying they're going to be doing good, it's a very, very strong sign. And bear case, competitive threats like AMD gaining share in data centers, as we discussed before. Of course, macro headwinds is always going to be a bear case, and valuation extreme. It is, a little bit more expensive than its peers as well, but whether it's, worth it or not, only time will tell. So far, the market has seemed to be loving it, though. So I'm going to say an SMCI is up after hours, and indeed is. Let's take a look at AMD. Why don't we? AMD is up after hours too, so it's interesting. Let's take a look at Intel. Got the earnings call, by the way, in 10 minutes for NVIDIA. I'll stick around live for maybe 5 to 10 minutes after that call starts. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get it streamed for you guys. You can check it out again. Maybe I can figure it out. But it's not looking good. Have to create an account. Oh, continue without account. Okay. Oh, I think I got the call for you guys. All right, screw it. I'm going to share the earnings call. What is going on here? Get that list out of my way. But I am looking. I think I'll be able to stream the earnings call for you guys. We'll make sure you guys can hear it in just a second. Michael Burry must be sick to his stomach, says Ahmad. Yeah, I don't know. I did hear things. What is going on here? Hold on. Go back to my profile. There we go. Sorry about that. Pull NVIDIA back up here. Yeah, and earnings call starts again in 9 minutes. Markets are looking beautiful into close here. Hope you guys are all hyped, as you should be, because markets are looking nice. But the call starts in just a few minutes. I'll go ahead and stream it live for you guys. I've seen about 194 on NVIDIA as we speak. If you guys are just joining in, get ready because we're about to see probably some more movement here any second now. As the earnings call starts. How are we feeling about the earnings call effect on the already seen gains? I mean, I think I don't want to jinx anything, but I think at the worst case, we'll maybe give back the gains. It's definitely possible for something to be said that affects the gains. I'll just leave it at that. What do you guys think? If you guys are out there, what do you guys are thinking is going to be said on this call? Are you guys betting on anything that's going to be said on this call? I know there's Kalshi, there's all these prediction markets out there that everybody's gambling on these days. Yeah, curious on your guys' thoughts on what is going to be said on the earnings call. Let me know down in the chat below. Again, make sure to hit the like button and hit subscribe so you guys do not miss any of our future lives, which will be coming, indefinitely over the near future. Said PANW is coming up a bit. Let's take a look. Yeah, reverted back to the mean a bit there. SMH up over 4% now. continuing up, very nice. 6 minutes until the call starts. NVIDIA is up 3.7%. Yeah, Quantum will be an interesting name to watch. Maybe he'll mention something about Quantum, but you're right. IONQ is up a little bit in the after-hour session. Maybe a decent amount. Yeah, IONQ is up about 3.38% in after hours. QUBT, let's take a look. Yeah, up pretty good. About 1.4%. Mr. J, I love it. I'm going to make sure I'm sharing audio, so I'm going to cut the screen for just a second here and reshare my screen with audio. Do you buy or sell NVIDIA? I mean, I'm not going to give you financial advice. However, if you're looking to buy, it's, it might be too late at this point if you're looking to play for the earnings, but I mean, at this point, you're probably just going to want to wait till the market opens. Whatever you do, make sure to have proper sizing and risk management. Look at that. NVIDIA is looking to hit. Look at that beautiful chart, you guys. Let's see if I can get the volume here. Yeah. NVIDIA is looking absolutely beautiful. Higher low 1, higher low 2. And are we going to break out? Now you see on this kind of breakout, we got a little bit of volume there. Came back down, made a lower high. Maybe we'll get another high volume breakout candle on the 1 minute chart going into earnings. Why did SMH just tank? That must be a crazy candle. I don't think that's real. AMD had a weird wick. Oops, AVGO. NVIDIA. Yeah, SMH, that was a weird wick. Oh, we're about to maybe make a new high right here. It looks like we kind of did based on this pivot level at least. Three minutes so far until the earnings call begins. I'm not looking for any specific price, but we did just have the CEO of MenthorQ up, and he was talking about that 200 price level, a good amount. So maybe be on the lookout for 200. As you can see, that from here is what? Another 2.65% move to the upside. I think that's possible. You could probably hit that maybe tomorrow or something. This momentum continues. Maybe even today, depending on what the call says. I mean, it's not much they can probably say on the call. It's going to shoot the price up even higher than this, but maybe. Guys are just joining in and you have never been on a TrendSpider Live before, one, welcome. Two, make sure you hit the subscribe button because we'll be going live, and definitely in the future. And we'd love to see you guys back. We're always live for these earnings calls. So we'd love to see you guys come back. So make sure you hit the subscribe button and tune in for future. Is it your first TrendSpider? Oh, never mind. Andrew says we're in a massive inside candle. Oh, we got 1 minute till the earnings call starts, by the way. So I will be playing the call for you guys. Any second, this thing will be starting. Hope you guys are ready to see some action. Here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah, and I will be your conference operator today.
Can you guys hear
At
this?
this time, I would like to welcome everyone to
Here we
NVIDIA's
go.
third quarter earnings call. All
Tell me in
lines
the
have
chat
been
if you
placed
can
on
hear it,
mute to
please.
prevent any background noise. After the speaker's remarks, there will be a question and answer session. If you would like to ask a question during this time, simply press star, followed by the number 1 on your telephone keypad. If you would like to withdraw your question, press star 1 again. Thank you. Toshiya Hari, you may begin your conference.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to NVIDIA's conference call for the third quarter of fiscal 2026. With me today from NVIDIA are Jensen Huang, President and Chief Executive Officer, and Colette Kress, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to remind you that our call is being webcast live on NVIDIA's Investor Relations website. The webcast will be available for replay until the conference call to discuss our financial results for the fourth quarter of fiscal 2026. The content of today's call is NVIDIA's property. It can't be reproduced or transcribed without our prior written consent. During this call, we may make forward-looking statements based on current expectations. These are subject to a number of significant risks and uncertainties, and our actual...
One second, you guys. If you're on YouTube, I just started a poll, and if you guys think they're going to give back gains during this earnings call, you can go ahead and vote on that. So I'm excited to see what you guys are going to say. Hopefully they don't. So vote yes or no. Does NVIDIA give back its gains during this earnings call? All right, I'll put the call back on.
To update any such statements. During this call, we will discuss non-GAAP financial measures. You can find a reconciliation of these non-GAAP financial measures to GAAP financial measures in our CFO commentary, which is posted on our website. With that, let me turn the call over to Colette.
Thank you, Toshiya. We delivered another outstanding quarter with revenue of $57 billion, up 62% year over year, and a record sequential revenue growth of $10 billion or 22%. Our customers continue to lean into 3 platform shifts, fueling exponential growth for accelerated computing, powerful AI models, and agentic applications. Yet we are still in the early innings of these transitions that will impact our work across every industry. We currently have visibility to $500 billion in Blackwell and Rubin revenue from the start of this year through the end of calendar year 2026. By executing our annual product cadence and extending our performance leadership through full stack design, we believe NVIDIA will be the superior choice for the $3 to $4 trillion in annual AI infrastructure build we estimate by the end of the decade. Demand for AI infrastructure continues to exceed our expectations. The clouds are sold out, and our GPU installed base, both new and previous generations, including Blackwell, Hopper, and Ampere, is fully utilized. Record Q3 data center revenue of $51 billion increased 66% year over year, a significant feat at our scale. Compute grew 56% year over year, driven primarily by the GB300 ramp, while networking more than doubled, given the onset of NVLink scale-up and robust double-digit growth across Spectrum X Ethernet and Quantum X InfiniBand. The world hyperscalers, a $1 trillion industry, are transforming search, recommendations, and content understanding from classical machine learning to generative AI. NVIDIA CUDA excels at both and is the ideal platform for this transition, driving infrastructure investment measured in hundreds of billions of dollars. At Meta, AI recommendation systems are delivering higher quality and more relevant content, leading to more time spent on apps such as Facebook and Threads. Analyst expectations for the top CSPs and hyperscalers in 2026 aggregate CapEx have continued to increase and now sit roughly at $600 billion, more than $200 billion higher relative to the start of the year. We see the transition to accelerated computing and generative AI across current hyperscale workloads contributing toward roughly half of our long-term opportunity. Another growth pillar is the ongoing increase in compute spend driven by foundation model builders such as Anthropic, Mistral, OpenAI, Reflection, Safe Superintelligence, Thinking Machines Lab, and xAI, all scaling compute aggressively to scale intelligence. The three scaling laws, pre-training, post-training, and inference, remain intact. In fact, we see a positive virtuous cycle emerging whereby the three scaling laws and access to compute are generating better intelligence and in turn increasing adoption and profits. OpenAI recently shared that their weekly user base has grown to 800 million. Enterprise customers has increased to 1 million, and that their gross margins were healthy. While Anthropic recently reported that its annualized run rate revenue has reached $7 billion as of last month, up from $1 billion at the start of the year. We are also witnessing a proliferation of agentic AI across various industries and tasks. Companies such as Cursor, Anthropic, Open Evidence, Epic, and Abridge are experiencing a surge in user growth as they supercharge the existing workforce, delivering unquestionable ROI for coders and healthcare professionals. The world's most important enterprise software platforms like ServiceNow, CrowdStrike, and SAP are integrating NVIDIA's accelerated computing and AI stack. Our new partner, Palantir, is supercharging the incredibly popular ontology platform with NVIDIA CUDA-X libraries and AI models for the first time. Previously, like most enterprise software platforms, ontology runs only on CPUs. Lowe's is leveraging the platform to build supply chain agility, reducing costs and improving customer satisfaction. Enterprises broadly are leveraging AI to boost productivity, increase efficiency, and reduce cost. RBC is leveraging agentic AI to drive significant analyst productivity, slashing report generation time from hours to minutes. AI and digital twins are helping Unilever accelerate content creation by 2x and cut costs by 50%. And Salesforce's engineering team has seen at least 30% productivity increase in new code development after adopting Cursor. This past quarter, we announced AI factory and infrastructure projects amounting to an aggregate of 5 million GPUs. This demand spans every market: CSPs, sovereigns, model builders, enterprises, and supercomputing centers, and includes multiple landmark buildouts. xAI's Colossus 2, the world's first gigawatt-scale data center. Lilly's AI factory for drug discovery, the pharmaceutical industry's most powerful data center. And just today, AWS and Humane expanded their partnership, including the deployment of up to 150,000 AI accelerators, including our GB300. xAI and Humane also announced a partnership in which the two will jointly develop a network of world-class GPU data centers anchored by the flagship 500 megawatt facility. Blackwell gained further momentum in Q3 as GB300 crossed over GB200 and contributed roughly 2/3 of the total Blackwell revenue. The transition to GB300 has been seamless, with production shipments to the major cloud service providers, hyperscalers, and GPU clouds, and is already driving their growth. The Hopper platform, in its 13th quarter since inception, recorded approximately $2 billion in revenue in Q3. H20 sales were approximately $50 million. Sizable purchase orders never materialized in the quarter due to geopolitical issues and the increasingly competitive market in China. While we were disappointed in the current state that prevents us from shipping more competitive data center compute products to China, we are committed to continued engagement with the US and China governments, and will continue to advocate for America's ability to compete around the world. To establish a sustainable leadership position in AI computing, America must win the support of every developer and be the platform of choice for every commercial business, including those in China. The Rubin platform is on track to ramp in the second half of 2026. Powered by 7 chips, the Vera Rubin platform will once again deliver an X-factor improvement in performance relative to Blackwell. We have received silicon back from our supply chain partners and are happy to report that NVIDIA teams across the world are executing the bring-up beautifully. Rubin is our 3rd generation rack scale system, substantially redefined the manufacturability while remaining compatible with Grace Blackwell. Our supply chain, data center, ecosystem, and cloud partners have now mastered the build-to-installation process of NVIDIA's rack architecture. Our ecosystem will be ready for a fast Rubin ramp. Our annual X-factor performance leap increases performance per dollar while driving down computing costs for our customers. The long useful life of NVIDIA's CUDA GPUs is a significant TCO advantage over accelerators. CUDA's compatibility and our massive installed base extend the life of NVIDIA systems well beyond their original estimated useful life. For more than 2 decades, we have optimized the CUDA ecosystem, improving existing workloads, accelerating new ones, and increasing throughput with every software release. Most accelerators without CUDA and NVIDIA's time-tested and versatile architecture became obsolete within a few years as model technologies evolve. Thanks to CUDA, the A100 GPUs we shipped 6 years ago are still running at full utilization today, powered by vastly improved software stack. We have evolved over the past 25 years from a gaming GPU company to now an AI data center infrastructure company. Our ability to innovate across the CPU, the GPU, networking, and software, and ultimately drive down cost per token is unmatched across the industry. Our networking business, purpose-built for AI, and now the largest in the world, generated revenue of $8.2 billion, up 162% year over year, with NVLink, InfiniBand, and Spectrum-X Ethernet all contributing to growth. We are winning in data center networking as the majority of AI deployments now include our switches with Ethernet GPU attach rates roughly on par with InfiniBand. Meta, Microsoft, Oracle, and xAI are building gigawatt AI factories with Spectrum-X Ethernet switches, and each will run its operating system of choice, highlighting the flexibility and openness of our platform. We recently introduced Spectrum XGS, a scale-across technology that enables gigascale AI factories. NVIDIA is the only company with AI scale-up, scale-out, and scale-across platforms, reinforcing our unique position in the market as the AI infrastructure provider. Customer interest in NVLink Fusion continues to grow. We announced a strategic collaboration with Fujitsu in October, where we will integrate Fujitsu's CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs via NVLink Fusion, connecting our large ecosystems. We also announced a collaboration with Intel to develop multiple generations of custom data center and PC products, connecting NVIDIA and Intel's ecosystems using NVLink. This week at Supercomputing 25, ARM announced that it will be integrating NVLink IP for customers to build CPU SoCs that connect with NVIDIA. Currently on its 5th generation, NVLink is the only proven scale-up technology available on the market today. In the latest MLPerf training results, Blackwell Ultra delivered 5x faster time to train than Hopper. NVIDIA swept every benchmark. Notably, NVIDIA is the only training platform to leverage FP4 while meeting the MLPerf's strict accuracy standards. In semi-analysis inference max benchmark, Blackwell achieved the highest performance and lowest total cost of ownership across every model and use case. Particularly important is Blackwell's NVLink's performance on a mixture of experts, the architecture for the world's most popular reasoning models. On DeepSeek R1, Blackwell delivered 10x higher performance per watt and 10x lower cost per token versus H200, a huge generational leap fueled by our extreme co-design approach. NVIDIA Dynamo, an open source, low latency modular inference framework, has now been adopted by every major cloud service provider. Leveraging Dynamo's enablement and disaggregated inference, the resulting increase in performance of complex AI models such as MOE models, AWS, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, and OCI have boosted AI inference performance for enterprise cloud customers. We are working on a strategic partnership with OpenAI, focused on helping them build and deploy at least 10 gigawatts of AI data centers. In addition, we have the opportunity to invest in the company. We serve OpenAI through their cloud partners, Microsoft Azure, OCI, and CoreWeave. We will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. As they continue to scale, we are delighted to support the company to add self-build infrastructure, and we are working toward a definitive agreement and are excited to support OpenAI's growth. Yesterday, we celebrated an announcement with Anthropic. For the first time, Anthropic is adopting NVIDIA, and we are establishing a deep technology partnership to support Anthropic's fast growth. We will collaborate to optimize Anthropic models for CUDA and deliver the best possible performance, efficiency, and TCO. We will also optimize future NVIDIA architectures for Anthropic workloads. Anthropic's compute commitment is initially including up to 1 gigawatt of compute capacity with Grace Blackwell and Vera Rubin systems. Our strategic investments in Anthropic, Mistral, OpenAI, Reflection, Thinking Machines, and other represent partnerships that grow the NVIDIA CUDA AI ecosystem and enable every model to run optimally on NVIDIA's everywhere. We will continue to invest strategically while preserving our disciplined approach to cash flow management. Physical AI is already a multi-billion-dollar business addressing a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity and the next leg of growth for NVIDIA. Leading US manufacturers and robotics innovators are leveraging NVIDIA's 3-computer architecture to train on NVIDIA, test on Omniverse computer, and deploy real-world AI on Jetson robotic computers. PTC and Siemens introduced new services that bring Omniverse-powered digital twin workflows to their extensive installed base of customers. Companies including Belden Caterpillar, Foxconn, Lucid Motors, Toyota, TSMC, and Wistron are building Omniverse digital twin factories to accelerate AI-driven manufacturing and automation. Agility Robotics, Amazon Robotics, Figure, and Skilled at AI are building our platform, tapping offerings such as NVIDIA Cosmos World Foundation models for development, Omniverse for simulation and validation, and Jetson to power next-generation intelligent robots. We remain focused on building resiliency and redundancy in our global supply chain. Last month, in partnership with TSMC, we celebrated the first Blackwell wafer produced on U.S. soil. We will continue to work with Foxconn, Wistron, Amkor, Spill, and others to grow our presence in the U.S. over the next 4 years. Gaming revenue was $4.3 billion, up 30% year on year, driven by strong demand as Blackwell momentum continued. End market sell-through remains robust, and channel inventories are at normal levels heading into the holiday season. Steam recently broke its concurrent user record with 42 million gamers, while thousands of fans packed the GeForce Gamer Festival in South Korea to celebrate 25 years of GeForce. NVIDIA Pro Visualization has evolved into computers for engineers and developers, whether for graphics or for AI. Professional visualization revenue was $760 million, up 56% year over year, was another record. Growth was driven by DGX Spark, the world's smallest AI supercomputer, built on a small configuration of Grace Blackwell. Automotive revenue was $592 million, up 32% year over year, primarily driven by self-driving solutions. We are partnering with Uber to scale the world's largest Level 4 ready autonomous fleet, built on the new NVIDIA Hyperion L4 robotaxi reference architecture. Moving to the rest of the P&L, GAAP gross margins were 73.4%, and non-GAAP gross margins was 73.6%, exceeding our outlook. Gross margins increased sequentially due to our data center mix, improved cycle time, and cost structure. GAAP operating expenses were up 8% sequentially and up 11% on non-GAAP basis. The growth was driven by infrastructure compute, as well as higher compensation and benefits and engineering development costs. Non-GAAP effective tax rate for the third quarter was just over 17%, higher than our guidance of 16.5% due to the strong U.S. revenue. On our balance sheet, inventory grew 32% quarter over quarter, while supply commitments increased 63% sequentially. We are preparing for significant growth ahead and feel good about our ability to execute against our opportunity set. Okay, let me turn to the outlook for the fourth quarter. Total revenue is expected to be $65 billion, plus or minus 2%. At the midpoint, our outlook implies 14% sequential growth, driven by continued momentum in the Blackwell architecture. Consistent with last quarter, we are not assuming any data center compute revenue from China. GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins are expected to be 74.8% and 75%, respectively, plus or minus 50 basis points. Looking ahead to fiscal year 2027, input costs are on the rise, but we are working to hold gross margins in the mid-70s. GAAP and non-GAAP operating expenses are expected to be approximately $6.7 billion and $5 billion, respectively. GAAP and non-GAAP other income and expenses are expected to be an income of approximately $500 million, excluding gains and losses from non-marketable and publicly held equity securities. GAAP and non-GAAP tax rates are expected to be 17%, plus or minus 1%, excluding any discrete items. At this time, Let me turn the call over to Jensen for him to say a few words.
Thanks, Colette. There's been a lot of talk about an AI bubble. From our vantage point, we see something very different. As a reminder, NVIDIA is unlike any other accelerator. We excel at every phase of AI, from pre-training and post-training to inference. And with our 2-decade investment in CUDA-X acceleration libraries, we are also exceptional at science and engineering simulations, computer graphics, structured data processing, to classical machine learning. The world is undergoing 3 massive platform shifts at once. The first time since the dawn of Moore's Law. NVIDIA is uniquely addressing each of the 3 transformations. The first transition is from CPU general purpose computing to GPU accelerated computing, as Moore's Law slows. The world has a massive investment in non-AI software, from data processing to science and engineering simulations, representing hundreds of billions of dollars in cloud computing spend each year. Many of these applications, which ran once exclusively on CPUs, are now rapidly shifting to CUDA GPUs. Accelerated computing has reached a tipping point. Secondly, AI is also reached a tipping point and is transforming existing applications while enabling entirely new ones. For existing applications, generative AI is replacing classical machine learning in search ranking, recommender systems, ad targeting, click-through prediction, to content moderation, the very foundations of hyperscale infrastructure. Meta's GEM, a foundation model for ad recommendations trained on large-scale GPU clusters, exemplifies this shift. In Q2, Meta reported over a 5% increase in ad conversions on Instagram and 3% gain on Facebook feed, driven by generative AI-based GEM. Transitioning to generative AI represents substantial revenue gains for hyperscalers. Now, a new wave is rising. Agentic AI systems, capable of reasoning, planning, and using tools. From coding assistants like Cursor and Claude Code to radiology tools like iDoc, legal assistants like Harvey, and AI chauffeurs like Tesla FSD and Waymo. These systems mark the next frontier of computing. The fastest growing companies in the world today, OpenAI, Anthropic, xAI, Google, Cursor, Lovable, Replit, Cognition AI, OpenEvidence, Abridged, Tesla, are pioneering agentic AI. So there are 3 massive platform shifts. The transition to accelerated computing is foundational and necessary, essential in a post-Moore's Law era. The transition to generative AI is transformational and necessary, supercharging existing applications and business models. And the transition to agentic and physical AI will be revolutionary, giving rise to new applications, companies, products, and services. As you consider infrastructure investments, consider these 3 fundamental dynamics. Each will contribute to infrastructure growth in the coming years. NVIDIA is chosen because our singular architecture enables all 3 transitions, and thus so for any form and modality of AI, across all industries, across every phase of AI, across all of the diverse computing needs in a cloud, and also from cloud to enterprise to robots. One architecture. Toshiya, back to you.
We will now open the call for questions. Operator, would you please poll for questions?
Thank you. At this time, I would like to remind everyone, in order to ask a question, press star, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad. We'll pause for just a moment to compile the Q&A roster. As a reminder, please limit yourself to 1 question. Thank you. Your first question comes from Joseph Moore with Morgan Stanley. Your line is open.
Great, thank you. I wonder if you could update us. You talked about the $500 billion of revenue for Blackwell plus Rubin in 25 and 26 at GTC. At that time, you talked about $150 billion of that already having been shipped. So as the quarter's wrapped up, are those still kind of the general parameters that there's $350 billion in the next kind of 14 months or so? And I would assume over that time you haven't seen all the demand that there is. There's any possibility of upside to those numbers as we move forward?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I'll start first with a response here on that. Yes, that's correct. We are working into our $500 billion forecast, and we are on track for that as we have finished some of the quarters, and now we have several quarters now in front of us to take us through the end of calendar year 26. The number will grow, and we will achieve, I'm sure, additional needs for compute that will be shippable by fiscal year 26. So we shipped 50 billion this quarter, but we would be not finished if we didn't say that we'll probably be taking more orders. For example, just even today, our announcements with KSA, and that agreement in itself is 400 to 600,000 more GPUs over 3 years. Anthropic is also net new. So there's definitely an opportunity for us to have more on top of the 500 billion that we announced.
The next question comes from CJ Muse with Cantor Fitzgerald. Your line is open.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. There's clearly a great deal of consternation around the magnitude of AI infrastructure buildouts and the ability to fund such plans and the ROI. Yet, at the same time, you're talking about being sold out. Every stood up GP is taken. The AI world hasn't seen the enormous benefit yet, from B300, never mind Rubin, and Gemini 3 just announced Grok 5 coming soon. And so the question is this: when you look at that as the backdrop, do you see a realistic path for supply to catch up with demand over the next 12 to 18 months, or do you think it can extend beyond that time frame?
Well, as you know, we've done a really good job planning our supply chain. NVIDIA's supply chain basically includes every technology company in the world. And TSMC and their packaging and our memory vendors and memory partners and all of our system ODMs have done a really good job planning with us. And we were planning for a big year. We've seen for some time the 3 transitions that I spoke about just a second ago: accelerated computing from general purpose computing. And it's really important to recognize that AI is not just agentic AI, but generative AI is transforming the way that hyperscalers did the work that they used to do on CPUs. Generative AI made it possible for them to move search and recommender systems and add recommendations and targeting. All of that has been moved to generative AI, and it's still transitioning. And so whether you installed NVIDIA GPUs for data processing, or you did it for generative AI for your recommender system, or you're building it for agentic chatbots and the type of AIs that most people see when they think about AI, all of those applications are accelerated by NVIDIA. And so when you look at the totality of the spend, it's really important to think about each one of those layers. They're all growing. They're related, but not the same. But the wonderful thing is that they all run on NVIDIA GPUs. Simultaneously, because the quality of the AI models are improving so incredibly, the adoption of it in the different use cases, whether it's in code assistance, which NVIDIA uses fairly exhaustively, and we're not the only one. I mean, the fastest growing application in history combination of Cursor and Claude Code and OpenAI's Codex and GitHub Copilot. These applications are the fastest growing in history. And it's not just used for software engineers, it's used because of vibe coding, it's used by engineers and marketeers all over companies, supply chain planners all over companies. And so I think that that's just one example, and the list goes on, whether it's open evidence and the work that they do in healthcare, or the work that's being done in digital video editing, Runway. And I mean, the number of really, really exciting startups that are taking advantage of generative AI and agentic AI is growing quite rapidly. And not to mention, we're all using it a lot more. And so all of these exponentials, not to mention, just today I was reading a text from Demis, and he was saying that pre-training and post-training are fully intact, and Gemini 3 takes advantage of the scaling laws and received a huge jump in quality and performance, model performance. And so we're seeing all of these exponentials kind of running at the same time. And just always go back to first principles and think about what's happening from each one of the dynamics that I mentioned before. General purpose computing to accelerated computing, generative AI replacing classical machine learning, and of course, agentic AI, which is a brand new category.
The next question comes from Vivek Arya with Bank of America Securities. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking my question. I'm curious, what assumptions are you making on NVIDIA content per gigawatt in that 500 billion number? Because we have heard numbers as low as 25 billion per gigawatt of content to as high as 30 or 40 billion per gigawatt. So I'm curious what power and what dollar per gigawatt assumptions you are making as part of that 500 billion number. And then longer term, Jensen, the 3 to 4 trillion in data center by 2030 was mentioned. How much of that do you think will require vendor financing, and how much of that can be supported by cash flows of your large customers or governments or enterprises? Thank you.
In each generation, from Ampere to Hopper, from Hopper to Blackwell, Blackwell to Rubin, our part of the data center increases, and Hopper generation was probably something along the lines of 20 to 25. Blackwell generation, Grace Blackwell particularly, is probably 30 to 30, say 30 plus or minus, and then Rubin is probably higher than that. And in each one of these generations, the speed up is X factors, and therefore their TCO, the customer TCO, improves by X factors. And the most important thing is, in the end, you still only have 1 gigawatt of power. 1 gigawatt data centers, 1 gigawatt power, and therefore performance per watt, the efficiency of your architecture, is incredibly important. And the efficiency of your architecture can't be brute forced. There is no brute forcing about it. That 1 gigawatt translates directly, your performance per watt translates directly, absolutely directly to your revenues, which is the reason why choosing the right architecture matters so much now. The world doesn't have an excess of anything to squander. And so we have to be really, really, we use this concept called co-design across our entire stack, across the frameworks and models, across the entire data center, even power and cooling optimized across the entire supply chain in our ecosystem. And so each generation, our economic contribution will be greater, our value delivered will be greater, but the most important thing is our energy efficiency per watt is going to be extraordinary every single generation. With respect to growing into continuing to grow, our customers' financing is up to them. We see the opportunity to grow for quite some time. And remember, today, most of the focus has been on the hyperscalers. And one of the areas that is really misunderstood about the hyperscalers is that the investment on NVIDIA GPUs not only improves their scale, speed, and cost from general purpose computing. That's number one, because Moore's law scaling has really slowed. Moore's law is about driving costs down. It's about deflationary cost, the incredible deflationary cost of computing over time, but that has slowed. Therefore, a new approach is necessary for them to keep driving the cost down. Going to NVIDIA GPU computing is really the best way to do so. The second is revenue boosting in their current business models. Recommender systems drive the world's hyperscalers. Every single, whether it's watching short form videos or recommending books or recommending the next item in your basket, to recommending ads, to recommending news, it's all about recommenders. The internet has trillions of pieces of content. How could they possibly figure out what to put in front of you in your little tiny screen unless they have really sophisticated recommender systems to do so? Well, that has gone generative AI. So the first two things that I just said, hundreds of billions of dollars of CapEx is going to have to be invested, is fully cash flow funded. What is above it, therefore, is agentic AI. This is revenue, is net new consumption, but it's also net new applications. And some of the applications I mentioned before, but these new applications are also the fastest growing applications in history. Okay, so I think that you're going to see that once people start to appreciate what is actually happening under the water, if you will, from the simplistic view of what's happening to CapEx investment, recognizing there's these three dynamics. And then lastly, remember, we were just talking about the American CSPs. Each country will fund their own infrastructure. And you have multiple countries, you have multiple industries. Most of the world's industries haven't really engaged agentic AI yet, and they're about to. All the names of companies that we're working with, whether it's autonomous vehicle companies or digital twins for physical AI for factories, and the number of factories and warehouses being built around the world, just the number of digital biology startups that are being funded so that we could accelerate drug discovery. All of those different industries are now getting engaged, and they're going to do their own fundraising. And so don't just look at the hyperscalers as a way to build out for the future. You got to look at the world. You got to look at all the different industries, and enterprise computing is going to fund their own industry.
The next question comes from Ben Reitzes with Melius. Your line is open.
Hey, thanks a lot. Jensen, I wanted to ask you about cash. Speaking of $500 billion, you may generate about $500 billion in free cash flow over the next couple of years. What are your plans for that cash? How much goes to buyback versus investing in the ecosystem? And how do you look at investing in the ecosystem? I think there's just a lot of confusion out there about how these deals work and your criteria for doing those, like the Anthropic, the OpenAIs, et cetera. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, appreciate the question. Of course, using cash to fund our growth. No company has ever grown at the scale that we're talking about and have the connection and the depth and the breadth of supply chain that NVIDIA has. The reason why our entire customer base can rely on us is because we've secured a really resilient supply chain, and we have the balance sheet to support them. When we make purchases, our suppliers can take it to the bank. When we make forecasts and we plan with them, they take us seriously because of our balance sheet. We're not making up the offtake. We know what our offtake is, and because they've been planning with us for so many years, our reputation and our credibility is incredible. And so it takes really strong balance sheet to do that, to support the level of growth and the rate of growth and the magnitude associated with that. So that's number one. The second thing, of course, we're going to continue to do stock buybacks. We're going to continue to do that. But with respect to the investments, this is really, really important work that we do. All of the investments that we've done so far, well, all the way, period, is associated with expanding the reach of CUDA, expanding the ecosystem. If you look at the work that the investments that we did with OpenAI, it's, of course, that relationship we've had since 2016. I delivered the first AI supercomputer ever made to OpenAI. And so we've had a close and wonderful relationship with OpenAI since then. And everything that OpenAI does runs on NVIDIA today. So all the clouds that they deploy in, whether it's training and inference, runs NVIDIA, and we love working with them. The partnership that we have with them is one so that we could work even deeper from a technical perspective, so that we could support their accelerated growth. This is a company that's growing incredibly fast, and don't just look at what is said in the press. Look at all the ecosystem partners and all the developers that are connected to OpenAI, and they're all driving consumption of it. And the quality of the AI that's being produced, huge step up since a year ago. And so the quality of response is extraordinary. So we invest in OpenAI for a deep partnership in co-development to expand our ecosystem and to support their growth. And of course, rather than giving up a share of our company, we get a share of their company. And we invested in them in one of the most consequential once-in-a-generation company that we have a share of. And so I fully expect that investment to translate to extraordinary returns. Now, in the case of Anthropic, this is the first time that Anthropic will be on NVIDIA's architecture. The first time Anthropic will be on NVIDIA's architecture. Is the second most successful AI in the world in terms of total number of users. But in enterprise, they're doing incredibly well. Claude Code is doing incredibly well. Claude is doing incredibly well all of the world's enterprise. And now we have the opportunity to have a deep partnership with them and bringing Claude onto the NVIDIA platform. And so what do we have now? NVIDIA's architecture, taking a step back, NVIDIA's architecture, NVIDIA's platform is the singular platform in the world that runs every AI model. We run OpenAI, we run Anthropic, we run xAI. Because of our deep partnership with Elon and xAI, we were able to bring that opportunity to Saudi Arabia, to the KSA, so that Humane could also be a hosting opportunity for xAI. We run xAI, we run Gemini, we run thinking machines. Let's see, what else do we run? We run them all. And so not to mention, we run the science models, the biology models, DNA models, gene models, chemical models, and all the different fields around the world. It's not just cognitive AI that the world uses. AI is impacting every single industry. And so we have the ability, through the ecosystem investments that we make, to deeply partner on a technical basis with some of the best companies, most brilliant companies in the world. We're expanding the reach of our ecosystem, and we're getting a share and investment in what will be a very successful company, oftentimes once in a generation company. And so that's our investment thesis.
The next question comes from Jim Schneider with Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question. In the past, you've talked about roughly 40% of your shipments tied to AI inference. I'm wondering, as you look forward into next year, where do you expect that percentage could go in say, a year's time? And can you maybe address the Rubin CPX product you expect to introduce next year and contextualize that? How big of the overall TAM you expect that can take, and maybe talk about some of the target customer applications for that specific product? Thank you.
CPX is designed for long context type of workload generation. And so long context, basically, before you start generating answers, you have to read a lot, basically, long context. And it could be a bunch of PDFs, it could be watching a bunch of videos, studying 3D images, so on and so forth. You have to absorb the context. And so CPX is designed for long context type of workloads. And its perf per dollar is excellent. Its perf per watt is excellent. And which made me forget the first part of the question.
Inferencing.
Oh, inference. Yeah, there are 3 scaling laws that are scaling at the same time. The first scaling law, called pre-training, continues to be very effective. And the second is post-training. Post-training basically has found incredible algorithms for improving an AI's ability to break a problem down and solve a problem step by step. And post-training is scaling exponentially. Basically, the more compute you apply to a model, the smarter it is, the more intelligent it is. And then the third is inference. Inference, because of chain of thought, because of reasoning capabilities, AIs are essentially reading, thinking before it answers. And the amount of computation necessary as a result of those 3 things has gone completely exponential. I think that it's hard to know exactly what the percentage will be at any given point in time and who. But of course, our hope is that inference is a very large part of the market, because if inference is large, then what it suggests is that people are using it in more applications, and they're using it more frequently. And that's, we should all hope for inference to be very large. And this is where Grace Blackwell is just an order of magnitude better, more advanced than anything in the world. The second best platform is H200. And it's very clear now that GB200, GB300, because of NVLink 72, the scale-up network that we have, achieved, and you saw, and Colette talked about in the semi-analysis benchmark, it's the largest single inference benchmark ever done. And GB200, NVLink 72, is 10 to 15 times higher performance. And so that's a big step up. It's going to take a long time before somebody is able to take that on. And our leadership there is surely multi-year. Yeah. And so I'm hoping that inference becomes a very big deal. Our leadership in inference is extraordinary.
The next question comes from Timothy Arcuri with UBS. Your line is open.
Thanks a lot. Jensen, many of your customers are pursuing behind-the-meter power, but what's the single biggest bottleneck that worries you that could constrain your growth? Is it power, or maybe it's financing, or maybe it's something else like memory or even foundry? Thanks a lot.
Well, these are all issues, and they're all constraints. And the reason for that, when you're growing at the rate that we are and the scale that we are, how could anything be easy? What NVIDIA is doing obviously has never been done before. And we've created a whole new industry. Now, on the one hand, we are transitioning computing from general purpose and classical or traditional computing to accelerated computing and AI. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, we created a whole new industry called AI factories. The idea that in order for software to run, you need these factories to generate every single token instead of retrieving information that was pre-created. And so I think this whole transition requires extraordinary scale. And all the way from the supply chain, of course, the supply chain we have much better visibility and control over, because obviously we're incredibly good at managing our supply chain. We have great partners that we've worked with for 33 years. And so the supply chain part of it, we're quite confident. Now, looking down our supply chain, we've now established partnerships with so many players in land and power and shell, and of course financing. These things, none of these things are easy, but they're all tractable and they're all solvable things. And the most important thing that we have to do is do a good job planning. We plan up the supply chain, down the supply chain. We have established a whole lot of partners. And so we have a lot of routes to market. And very importantly, our architecture has to deliver the best value to the customers that we have. And so at this point, I'm very confident that NVIDIA's architecture is the best performance per TCO. It is the best performance per watt, and therefore for any amount of energy that is delivered, our architecture will drive the most revenues. And I think the increasing rate of our success, I think that we're more successful this year at this point than we were last year at this point. The number of customers coming to us and the number of platforms coming to us after they've explored others is increasing, not decreasing. And so I think I think all of that is just, all the things that I've been telling you over the years are really coming true and or becoming evident.
The next question comes from Stacy Raskin with Bernstein Research. Your line is open.
Questions. Colette, I had some questions on margins. You said for next year you're working to hold them in the mid-70s. So I guess, first of all, what are the biggest cost increases? Is it just memory or is it something else? What are you doing to work toward that? How much is cost optimizations versus pre-buys versus pricing? And then also, how should we think about OpEx growth next year, given the revenues seem likely to grow materially from where we're running right now?
Thanks, Stacey. Let me see if I can start with remembering where we were with the current fiscal year that we're in. Remember, earlier this year, we indicated that through cost improvements and mix that we would exit the year in our gross margins in the mid-70s. We've achieved that and getting ready to also execute that in Q4. So now it's time for us to communicate where are we working right now in terms of next year. Next year, there are input prices that are well known in the industries that we need to work through. And our systems are by no means very easy to work with. There are a tremendous amount of components, many different parts of it as we think about that. So we're taking all of that into account, but we do believe if we look at working again on cost improvements, cycle time, and mix, that we will work to try and hold at our gross margins in the mid-70s. So that's our overall plan for gross margin. Your second question is around OpEx. And right now, our goal in terms of OpEx is to really make sure that we are innovating with our engineering teams, with all of our business teams, to create more and more systems for this market. As you know, right now we have a new architecture coming out, and that means they are quite busy in order to meet that goal. And so we're going to continue to see our investments on innovating more and more, both our software, both our systems, and our hardware to do so. I'll turn it to Jensen if he wants to add in a couple more comments.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I think the only thing that I would add is remember that we plan, we forecast, we plan, and we negotiate with our supply chain well in advance. Our supply chain have known for quite a long time our requirements, and they've known for quite a long time our demand, and we've been working with them and negotiating with them for quite a long time. And so I think the recent surge, obviously quite significant, but remember our supply chain has been working with us for a very long time. And so in many cases we've secured a lot of supply for ourselves because obviously they're working with the largest company in the world in doing so, and we've also been working closely with them on the financial aspects of it and securing forecasts and plans and so on and so forth. So I think all of that has worked out well for us.
Your final question comes from the line of Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo. Your line is open.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question. Jensen, the question's for you. As you think about the Anthropic deal that was announced and just the overall breadth of your customers, I'm curious if your thoughts around the role that AI ASICs or dedicated XPUs play in these architecture build-outs has changed at all. Have you seen I think you've been fairly adamant in the past that some of these programs never really see deployments. But I'm curious if we're at a point where maybe that's even changed more in favor of just GPU architecture. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the question. So first of all, you're not competing against teams. You're against a company. You're competing against teams, and there just aren't that many teams in the world who are extraordinary at building these incredibly complicated things. Back in the Hopper day and the Ampere days, we would build one GPU. That's the definition of an accelerated AI system. But today, we've got to build entire racks, three different types of switches: a scale up, a scale out, and a scale across switch. And it takes a lot more than one chip to build a compute node anymore. Everything about that computing system, because AI needs to have memory, AI didn't used to have memory at all. Now it has to remember things. The amount of memory and context it has is gigantic. The memory architecture implication is incredible. The diversity of models, from mixture of experts to dense models to diffusion models to autoregressive, not to mention, biological models that obeys the laws of physics. The list of different types of models has exploded in the last several years. And so the challenge is the complexity of the problem is much higher. The diversity of AI models is incredibly large. And so this is where, if I will say, the 5 things that makes us special, if you will. The first thing I would say that makes us special is that we accelerate every phase of that transition. That's the first phase. That CUDA allows us to have CUDA X for transitioning from general purpose to accelerated computing. We're incredibly good at generative AI. We're incredibly good at agentic AI. So every single phase of that, every single layer of that transition, we are excellent at. You can invest in one architecture, use it across the board. You can use one architecture and not worry about the changes in the workload across those 3 phases. That's number 1. Number 2, we're excellent at every phase of AI. Everybody's always known that we're incredibly good at pre-training. We're obviously very good at post-training, and we're incredibly good, as it turns out, at inference, because inference is really, really hard. How could thinking be easy? People think that inference is one shot and therefore it's easy. Anybody could approach the market that way, but it turns out to be the hardest of all, because thinking, as it turns out, is quite hard. We're great at every phase of AI, the second thing. The third thing is we're now the only architecture in the world that runs every AI model, every frontier AI model. We run open source AI models incredibly well. We run science models, biology models, robotics models. We run every single model. We're the only architecture in the world that can claim that. It doesn't matter whether you're autoregressive or diffusion based. We run everything. And we run it for every major platform, as I just mentioned. So we run every model. And then the fourth thing I would say is that we're in every cloud. The reason why developers love us is because we're literally everywhere. We're in every cloud. We're in every, we could even make you a little tiny cloud called DGX Spark. And so we're in every computer. We're everywhere, from cloud to on-prem to robotic systems, edge devices, PCs, you name it. One architecture, things just work. It's incredible. And then the last thing, and this is probably the most important thing, the fifth thing, is if you are a cloud service provider, if you're a new company like Humane, if you're a new company like CoreWeave or Nscale or Nebius, or OCI for that matter, the reason why NVIDIA is the best platform for you is because our offtake is so diverse. We can help you with offtake. It's not about just putting a random ASIC into a data center. Where's the offtake coming from? Where's the diversity coming from? Where's the resilience coming from? The versatility of the architecture coming from, the diversity of capability coming from. NVIDIA has such incredibly good offtake because our ecosystem is so large. So these 5 things, every phase of acceleration and transition, every phase of AI, every model, every cloud to on-prem, and of course, finally, it all leads to offtake.
Thank you. I will now turn the call to Toshiya Hari for closing remarks.
In closing, please note we will be at the UBS Global Technology and AI Conference on December 2nd, and our earnings call to discuss the results of our fourth quarter of fiscal 2026 is scheduled for February 25th. Thank you for joining us today. Operator, please go ahead and close the call.
Thank you. This concludes today's conference call. You may now